Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas for Monday, July the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. That's in the main room. And Torty in our YouTube room. Thanks, guys. Well, obviously a bit of a not a bit, but a somber start to this week. What happened on Saturday is affecting the market. Well, it's as William says, it's amazing that the market hasn't been more affected. Anyway, we just have to trade what we see. Obviously, there are some stocks that are moving because of what happened. Obviously, the DJT is up huge. Related stocks, I guess, DATS and Fun, Rum. Now, Rum, as William you pointed out, Rum is already above the target, the target entry of 595. Can't predict, of course. These trades of the week are. Steve goes over them on the weekend and has them prepared for Monday morning. So he puts these out Sunday, so he doesn't know, of course, that Rum is going to pop above 595. But how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. Well, there's nothing really I can, Michael, I can't really, I don't know what's going to happen with DJT or Fun. I mean, it's already, the major effect has already happened. Okay, question in our YouTube room. The major effect has already happened. I mean, with DJT, it got up to what, 54? I mean, I don't know if it's going to continue or if it's going to fade. I really have no idea. Well, let's take a look at what else is happening, guys, in the market. AMIX, AMIX, is this under a dollar? Yeah, so now it's under a dollar. It wasn't, $1.57. Saw this one pop up, and now it's under a dollar, AMIX. SMR. And by the way, guys, look at all the gappers. I mean, this is pretty amazing. Look at all the gappers on my gap up list. I mean, I can barely. I'm gonna have to scroll past this this window right here. There's a ton of gappers, hardly any gap downs. Well, gappers, gap ups, hardly any gap downs. Well, let's take a look at some of the gap downs. So, like Macy's. Macy's is a pretty interesting one. So they've terminated the take private discussions that they've been having seemingly for months. And now they're suggesting that where was that headline? They're trying to go on a different route or something like that. I don't see the headline now. Anyway, the merger talks have ended with Macy's. Mira, I think, is another under $1. Yeah, another one that's popped over a dollar, under a dollar again. MIRA had some news, promising results for their drug. CPOP. Don't see any news on CPOP. Now, this is another media company, but it's out of China, so I don't know if it's really being affected with the other media stocks. No, I don't think so. I mean, look what happened. This popped way high, no pun intended, popped way high after hours on Friday. So that's got nothing to do with the other media stocks. ARTL, where are you? I don't see ARTL anymore. This one's up. Let's see where it is now. It's obviously not up 8% anymore. Barely. So yeah, here's another one, guys. I mean, this got as high as 235, and now it's right back down to 138, barely above Friday's close. Mobileye. Now this had an upgrade. to $33, I believe. This is HSBC upgraded coverage with a buy and a target of 33. So that's Mobileye, MBLY. Has a lot to get through right up here. And AREB, is it still up? I don't, there we are. Over a dollar, not quite over a dollar, trading higher after the company announced American Rebel beer can now be purchased. Well, here, I thought this was an energy play, but I guess it's not an energy play. Unless it's the type of beer that's going to give you energy. Really? It's a beer company. Smaller. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm completely confused now. The American Rebel beer can now be purchased at 104 locations across Kansas. It looks like smaller. I don't know what they do anymore. Branded safes and personal security. SCNI, guys. This was just as I was opening the room. SCNI was making a big move up here. Got up to 834, back down to 560. Announces promising results in their in vivo proof of concept, etc. Psoriatic human skin model. Okay, so that is the news for SCNI. Probably a low float. Very, very low float. Very, very low float. Reddit almost at an all-time high with that short float. Yeah, you're right, Michael, in our YouTube room. It's been on a pretty good run over the last few couple of weeks, actually. 3 weeks. Well, here's another one. I did see this one also, guys. UPC up 24%. Another low float. China low float stock, 23 million in the float. The high last week was around 433. So it's getting close, and it's having a nice pop this morning. Tough day on Friday, though. I mean, topping tail, bottoming tail. But the big deal, it would be if it could take out 433, and that is last week's high. Huma, guys, HUMA. Now, this has some room. Look at this room here now. HUMA has got a lot of room. A lot of room. Whoa, 781. 781. Yeah, 787 is actually the next high, looking left. 783, 787. So we're right there. See if they did have some news. Pluristyx announced a licensing agreement with the company. I don't know who Pluristyx is, but anyway, Humacyte, HUMA. But the big deal is that when you look left, the next high is significantly higher than the current price, almost $10. So we must keep an eye on this one to see if it keeps moving. Any thoughts on AMIX? Well, mentioned it. I think is it under $1? Yeah, I mean, it had a big pullback. I mean, I have no more thoughts. I mean, it has entered into a definitive agreement to license intellectual property for FDA clearance cleared ablation technology. I mean, so there's news. I mean, there is news, but how that news is, if it's enough to sustain it once this market opens. Of course, I have no idea. It's had a pretty decent pullback from 157 right back down to $1. It's a pretty low float, 10.69 million in the float. Nothing more I can really add to that, Marky. It's always tough to predict what can happen to these type of stocks when they, there's a flurry, like one candle moves it all the way up and then there's a big drop. Now, this is what I wanted to see. Okay, so Macy's board intends for management to return focus to enhancing shareholder value through a bold new chapter. Sounds like Star Trek strategy. Okay, so that's the deal. They cancel all the merger discussions. I mean, they may come back, and this is their, among others, that's their reasoning for it. The main reason is I think they don't think they got enough. But this has been going on for months, maybe even a year, that Macy's was in talks. I don't know if it was with these specific groups, Arkhouse and Brigade, but so DATS is still up here. No shorts available for me for DATS. Still up here, up 100% through the 200-day moving average. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, yeah, DJT is, somebody mentioned the VWAP, 47.85, 47.85. So yeah, it's right now, anyway, it is holding the VWAP. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers also. Not now, anyway. They come and go. And of course, this is the headline. So we have fun and rum and DATS, really. Those are the three in tangent with DJT. Just looking at some of these ones that are gapping down, guys. Some of the big ones from last week, ZAP, LCFY, LPA. Now, Pets is not from last week. Pets, PETZ. Wonder why that is down. Don't see any specific news on it. It's a big drop, though. Pretty big drop, 18%. Low float, China. Yeah, we are at the beginning of earnings season. Now, it's funny you said 340. When I checked, well, you know what? I'll check my other source regarding how many this month or this week for earnings. Well, I put myself on mute on purpose this time, Pepe, but I'm hung up. Hmm. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to reload. Well, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, I just had to do a reboot. Not sure why I had that freeze, but I did. Glad it happened when the market wasn't open or normal market hours. So what I was looking at was Mara. Let's hope it doesn't happen again with Mara. No. So yeah, I was just talking about just before I put myself on mute. I was loading something. Anyway, Bitcoin, big pop for Bitcoin of $5,000, over 60,000 again. So stocks like Mara and Riot, of course, are moving higher. Hmm. I think there's some gremlins at work here, guys. I think I've lost. No, I haven't. Okay, I thought I lost YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can't remember if I mentioned SMR. SMR is still on this big, big run. And I wanted to take a look at NNE to see if it, yeah, so SMR is on this, still on this big run. Let's take a look at NNE. They did their financing, I think I was on Thursday or Friday. And so NNE is still pretty good, guys. They did their financing. I think the financing was around $20. So yeah, Jim, you can say that again in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Well, let me take a quick look to see what's happening with the major sectors. A little behind right now. Okay, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are up from Friday's close. And so utilities are the weakest sector. Look at CNP. I wonder if there's any volume though. Probably no volume. Yeah. Point Energy, just looking for an outlier. So, 96%, 86% of the stocks that make up the utility sector are down, but CNP is up, but there's not that much volume. So, as we start the week, energy is certainly the strongest. I have this one thumbnail from Friday. I want to take a look at this NRIX. See, this had a big run at the end of the day on Friday, and there's no volume yet. I'm not, there's no volume at all. 1,900 shares so far, but this had a big run actually on Thursday and Friday. Closed near the high on Friday. Price rise from, raised price target raised to 31 from 20 by Barclays. And I think JP Morgan is also chiming in. JP Morgan, yeah, so they're raising it to 34 from 31, and that is NRIX. So this one has, let me take a look at a monthly chart on this one. Want to see where it could go. Yeah, it's got room. It's got room to 30 right on a monthly chart, but it's all about those price targets put on by Barclays and JP Morgan. And also Morgan Stanley. What did Morgan Stanley say? Well, they're a little behind. Price target to 15 from 14. They're a little behind. So definitely, I'd be watching this one, guys. See how this opens. There's no volume yet, but with those price targets and a nice run all week, closed near the high. Ooh, I've got to get my layout loaded. Okay. Wow, Gordon from Saigon. I do remember that now. Yeah. SMR continues, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get my layout that I use once this market opens. Okay, guys, let me just rearrange some things on my other monitor. Okay, I'm all set now for this open in about 4 minutes. Yeah, so again, just commenting on the rum, guys. The target or the entry suggested entry was 595. Okay, obviously it's above that, so you can't know that it's going to gap up like this. So I don't know. How you trade it, if you're going to trade it, up to you. Of course, rum tied in with DJT and Fun and DATS. Whether the big move is over now, I don't know. It did hit 775 pre-market, 774 or so. And of course, the Steve I'm referring to is Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He comes up with the trades of the week every week. So I'd be looking at more at NNE, PJ. Honestly, I mean SMR. I mean, I don't know if it's going to wait for us, but NNE. I mean, they're obviously they're both the same in terms of the sector. NNE is shrugged off that. Was it? I think it was a $20 financing. Maintain $39 price target by benchmark. Anybody else? OKLO, sorry, yeah, OKLO. You're right. That is another one that is on the move. But that is not. Why do you call that a nuke play? Have they changed? Have they completely and utterly changed, Rob? I mean, I'm looking at their profile. They say they operate small animal general practice hospitals. So unless they completely and utterly changed their business, that would be a big change. Okay, guys, yeah, less than a minute for the market to open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And again, if you have the AI, I should have done this a little earlier. This is the window I'd look at. Click on new from our toolbar and pick the middle one that starts off with premium AI. This is what I would look at and make sure the filter says none. Okay. And nothing happens until at least 9:40. And that is by design. When I say nothing happens, you will not see an alert until at least 9:40. All right, we're open. So obviously our profile then is way off for OKLO if it is in the nuclear, because now, you know what? I'm sorry. You know, it must have had a lag. I probably had pets or something. Okay, excuse me. Must have had a lag. So you're right. OKLO is definitely a nuclear. And again, I typically don't trade. Let's get rid of this. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. It says, so SCNI, guys, very low float, crazy low float, Israeli stock, big pop, pre-market, up to 837, pulled all the way back down to 537. That's a $3 drop. Coming up again. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm having a problem with one of my windows. You know, I saw this RVMD in the pre-market, and what a wild ride. I mean, it got up to $58, and from 37 And now it's starting to fade again, RVMD. I think it must have had some news, pipeline updates. They don't release earnings until August 5th, but it looks like they continues to project. Sorry, guys. Again, this is happening frequently now with my Interactive Brokers headlines at the beginning. So SCNI, guys, is on the move here, on the move. They did have some news. Bitcoin plays, guys, going BTDR or crypto plays, BTDR. Now, let's not forget our friend IVP from last week. IVP is still, man, I mean, it is near the high of Friday. What was the high on Friday? 1194. So it still has not given it up. SCNI, guys, making a new high. Prison stock, GEO, 1756. Okay. It was 17. When I say 1756, that's where I had an alert. All right. Good. All right, guys, we have our first halt of the week, and that is the SCNI. SCNI. So SCNI, first halt of the week. Actually, I guess there was one here just a little bit before CNTM. Let's say it's on the way down. Don't care about this one. SCNI. So let's see where it could open. So first of all, this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Broker. And there's the IVP. Just mentioned the IVP. So there is SCNI. There's the halt, 795. This column here is trying to give you a clue as to where it could open. Not a big clue, 798, only 3 cents above. So what I'm looking for, if I take a trade like this would have to happen. It could gap a little bit above the halt price, say 795, maybe gets up to 8 or something, 810 even, and then falls down below 795 and then pops above it. Okay. That could trigger for me. Or it could even open a little bit lower than 795 and then take out the halt price again. Okay. That is how I sometimes will trade when a stock resumes out of a halt. I'm absolutely not suggesting you do the same thing, but if you guys have been in the room long enough, you know that is what I look for. And meanwhile, IVP, so it's above Friday's high now. Okay, ammo stock, guys, POWW, next high looking left, takes up 2, it's got room, 255, probably a big float. Actually, it's not a big float. Israeli stock, really. Oh, okay, no, that is correct. It is an Israeli stock. Now that is just me, okay, Tamaz. Okay, I'm absolutely not recommending anybody do the same thing. But so what time is it now? 9:37. So if this is a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 9:39 plus 51 seconds. Okay, so this is what I look for. The halt. The halt is at 795. This is the projection. I doubt if it's going to open at 798. Okay, but so if it opens above the halt price, there it is, 795, not too much above it, and then it comes down through the halt price, and then it pops above it again. That's sometimes where I'll take the trade. Okay, or if it when it opens and it's a little bit below the halt price, and then it pops through that halt price, that is where sometimes I'll take the trade. And they could be very, very quick trades, very quick trades. I only do that on the first halt. Okay, when I say the first halt, sometimes these stocks can get halted multiple times over the course of a day. So I only do that on the first halt. And a lot of times it won't, well, when I say won't work, a lot of times what'll happen is it'll just pop way above the halt price, never coming back down through it. But sometimes it will do that. But you've got to be quick. And again, sometimes it can be a very, very quick trade for me. So with the IVP, the same sort of thing. Now you see this. This is so here's your halt at 1255. There's the potential open at 1347, way above. I mean, if it opens way above here, then I'm not going to. If it opened at say 1347 and then it really started to rip, and then it came down below 1255, I'm not, and then it popped above it, I'm not taking the trade because it gapped way above. But that's just again, that is just my thinking on it. The post market high. Post market Friday was 1414. So it has room. And look what happened. So SCNI, what was the halt? 795, and it popped way above it. So way above it. So give me a moment, guys. Okay, well, we have the AI. You should be able to see a couple of the AI alerts. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. Okay. Well, the SPY putting in. So we had a green candle. Sorry, this is the opening 15-minute candle. Now we've got one just ripping here, guys. AEON, ripping here. AEON, really not that much action in the pre-market. I'm surprised it's not halted. AEON, another Israeli stock, low float, 16 million in the float. So I was surprised it wasn't getting halted, and now it is halted. AEON, halted now. Yeah, boy, it's got room. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is up around 557 or so. So the same deal, same deal. So here's your halt, 234. This column is trying, a little glimpse into the future, but not really telling us much. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This blue screen. Okay, now Amex is over $1 again, guys. So Amex is over $1. AMIX had a huge move up. 157 came all the way back down to 90 cents. Now it's over $1 again. They did have some news, some kind of a licensing agreement. It's probably a low float. Another Israeli stock, 10 million in the float. Another one, Dynamics just got halted. So we're getting a bunch of halts already, guys. And now look what happened with SCNI. So it's pulled back from almost $9 right back to the halt price. IVP looks like this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now, guys. Okay, SWBI, the next high looking left, it's got some room. Okay, got a little bit of room. This had earnings here meaning on the 18th of June, and the high up here is around 1663. So there is some room. Okay, now we're getting some gap downs now on those media plays. Okay, we've got some gap downs coming. DJT. Oh, that's a big gap down. I mean, that got up to $55 free market, down to 39 now. So that is a big gap down. That's a big move, obviously. Rum is doing the same thing. So it may come back down to the to the suggested entry of 595. Wow, look at IVP. So it opened up, guys, and just exploded. IVP just absolutely exploded. Okay, so we're seeing a bit of a sell-off now in the market. So we had that huge, remember now, when you look at the SPY, this was the opening 15-minute candle. It was all green all the way up here, and then the sold off, closed down here. Second candle is turning red. So market is in a, sort of a sell-off mode to a certain extent. Dow's still up, NAS is still up, SPY is up. Meanwhile, AEON resumed. Now this might give us a shot here. So what happened? It was halted at 234, so it's right at the halt price. Okay, so Jacob asked in our YouTube room, how do you build a watch list? So what I'm going to do is direct you to I'm going to get to my homepage and then to the education section. Okay, there's a whole section on building a watch list. Okay. So give me a moment as I'll load my. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Scroll down a little bit until you see the education section is here. Click here on the education section, and then the user guide. Click on the user guide, and then right here, watch lists. Okay, you can click on watch lists, and that goes into a lot of detail about how to create a watch list. All right, Jacob? Okay. All right, guys, now. MDAI. Okay, it's probably too much resistance looking left. Wow, IVP is just, and it's halted again. Wow, IVP halted again. Well, again, this is the one that did a reverse split, 1-for-100 reverse split. I think Casa or draw, I think it was sometime in May. Okay, so this was I don't mind showing it now. This was a short from RAI at 1464, 1368 now. So if you took this one, this is what you should be looking at, in my opinion. The next low on the weekly chart is 1365. So it's a little bit below that. So it's a little bit below that. So if it can take that out in a bigger way, 1340 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So meanwhile, IVP just opened, and what had happened? So it actually opened and it dropped. True. Let's see. Take a look at TROO. So this got halted on the way down. All right, guys. So LXEO, I mean, it's getting very close now to that 1340. 1348. If it takes that out, then your next low is wow, it's got some room still. 1293 or so. 1298. Okay, so that is an AI play. That's a short. All right, let me take a look at some of these ones coming in on the race now. So ASNS. Yeah, so the next high in the weekly chart is 231. That is too close to the current price. It got it, and that's almost virtually where it got to in the pre-market. It got up to that weekly high, and that's where it stalled. Wow, Algoma, guys, a Canadian steel company, Algoma, ASTL, big move here. 833 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So that was a quick one, guys. Up and now completely getting hammered down. AMIX. Yeah, it's definitely earnings. Okay, Sly, your question about E. Let me find another. What was an earnings play? Well, trying to find any year. Yeah, but that's what it is. It definitely is. When you see a yellow line, and so they either released earnings. Usually, it's the day of. Fast, for instance, I know. I think Fast was an earnings play last week, right? Yeah. So there you go. Nice one by Shady. I haven't even had a chance to look at it. HUMA, Humasite, did have, mentioned this one in the pre-market, this Plural Sticks announced a licensing agreement with the company. So there's your news, Edward, on it, HUMA. The next high looking left is around almost $10 on the weekly chart. All right, so IVP resumed, but this got hammered down from 15 down to 1230. That's a big drop percentage wise. Here's one I haven't seen for a while, guys. INOD. Look at this one moving. INOD over the whole number, 19. Looking left, and what sort of room does it have? It's a lifetime high. So guess what? It's got all sorts of room. INOD has all sorts of room. Well, when I say that, there's nothing stopping it on the chart. It's a lifetime high right now, so don't have to look left. This is a lifetime high now for INOD. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume, 295. Pretty low float though. 26 million in the float. Not a bad, not a terrible spread, guys. It's an 8-cent spread, 1917, 1925, holding over 19. That's INOD. And there's the INOD, guys. There's the INOD. There is the INOD now, making another new high here, all-time high, showing up also on the gap up and go. Okay, here is showing up on the gap up and go. And GRNQ, wow, GRNQ just got halted on the way up. My goodness, coming from 91 cents, halted at 132. Another one in the halts resumed, just got halted. And again, there's the halt price, 132, 135. Trying to tell you, giving you a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 135, of course, but and again, if you're unfamiliar with halts resumes, typically they are 5 minutes long. So if this is a 5 minute long halt, it'll open at 10:04 plus 25 seconds. And now the AIMX, well, okay. I mean, this is all over the place. It just got halted on the way up, I guess. Man, a lot happening this morning, guys. Not really, SD. Question in our YouTube room, is this an unusual number of halts? Not really. We've had days in which this has been just absolutely full, and this is a day, this is kind of like those days. So I don't call this unusual. In fact, what I call unusual is when you only get about 4 or 5. We've had a lot of halts resumes. INOD, guys, INOD, INOD. INOD, all right, another little pop up here for INOD, INOD. Showing up on many scans now. It was on the gap up and go. I'm going to go over some of these scans. The momentum scan right here. It's showing up in the racing. I mean, the big deal about it, of course, is it's an all-time high, so you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, by the Maxim Group. You're right. $30 price target put on INOD by the Maxim Group. We're seeing that here. See anybody else? Maxim Group initiated coverage. This was this morning, so I guess that is the reason. That is the reason for it, because this was this morning. The earliest I see that headline is at 7:58 Eastern Time this morning. Now, again, it doesn't mean it's going to get to $30. And if it does, it doesn't mean it's going to get to $30 today. Okay, guys, a nice one now from our AI, guys. 1464. This is a short LXAO, a short. This is a bio. So even though Stifel is maintaining coverage with a $20 price target, maybe that's not happening today. And let me see if there's any news on this one. So, I mean, it looked good. I mean, when you look at it, it says positive interim, positive, but the market, so the market at the very beginning said, okay, gapped it up to $18. But then reality set in at 8 o'clock and a huge move down. This is for the LXEO. And this is just getting hammered here now. But now we've got a gap up and reverse for SMR. All right, so SCNI may not be over, okay? It had the big gap up and then a pullback all the way back down here, but oh, I know it, guys. Wow, this has been a great one so far. What time is it now? 10:05. I almost feel I should go over my homepage and all the scans that I'm sharing. I'll do it in about 5 minutes. There's Shady's HUMA, HUMA. Still has room on the weekly chart. 997 is the next high looking left. All right, wow, this AMIX, you got to be really careful with it. I mean, look what it did. It got up to 858, right back down to 90 cents. And then it got up to 129, back down to 95 cents, over $1 again. Very, very whippy. No, wow. I mean, now it's halted on the way up, AMIX. And this got halted on the way down now. Okay, SCNI just got halted on the way down after it looked like it was going to challenge these highs up here, but got halted on the way down. Yes, I do have this one now, SISI. This was, of course, very hard to look at, guys. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails chopping up and down for SISI. Shady says he's going to take it if it hits one with a 8-cent stop. Oh, I nod. Wow. Did it win a race? I don't think it won a race. Boy, LXEO is a great. I didn't take it. Okay, I'm not in this one on the short from our AI, but that if you took it, this is a really nice one. LXEO 1464 was the alert, down to 1296 now. That is so far an 11.5% gain, and really there have been not many pull-ups on it. And this, what's this one? AUR. Another nice one from our AI. I don't mind showing these now, after the fact. I will not display it while it's happening, but AUR, there's another. I did not take this one. 414, 433. And what is the next high looking left? Self-driving software, I guess. Not I guess. Aurora Driver, which allows a vehicle to drive itself. AUR. All right, so for this one, let's take a look on the monthly chart for AUR. If you took this one, the next high looking left is 482. So it still has some room on the monthly chart, at least. And that is for AUR. It's not a low float, big float. In fact, that's a big move. 17% with 796 million in the float, if our float information is correct. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Oops, that's the INOD again. I don't see any news on it. Here's a headline. Uber and Lyft may have nothing to fear from Tesla's robo-taxi vision. This is, again, self-driving. AUR is self-driving. It's, for some reason, it is showing up. One of the key points to watch during Uber's earnings call will be the commentary on how the partnership with Instacart and Aurora in innovation are progressing. Okay, so that is the reason, I guess, for AUR moving higher. Anyone seeing news on SCNI? Let's see if there's any news that I can find. Meanwhile, look at the SPY guys. Remember the last time we looked? This was the opening 15-minute candle, all green up to here, sold off. Then that candle was red, looked fairly ominous. Closed up though, slightly green. And now we've got a nice big green candle with about 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to close. Okay, so much happening. Let's see, did it win a race? So let me see if I can find any news on this one. Yeah, so that is the news for it. We did see this. Yeah, I did see this news earlier, guys. KV Ray. This was the news on it. Announced promising preclinical study results for plaque psoriasis treatment. That was the news on it. That was this morning. But the real news is this: it's a low float. So I mean, any news at all that happened, traders are going to look at this float. Let me just check another website. I just want to confirm that float is we're in the ballpark. And the answer is, yeah, same. So 740,000 in the float. Very, very, very crazy low. Okay. All right, guys, 10:13. I will now go over my homepage and the information you can find. Okay, before I go look at that, somebody asked me what my thoughts on Folt was or were. This is from our YouTube room. Well, it's an earnings play tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. I mean, obviously, it's a nice run so far, but it's an earnings play tomorrow after hours. Maybe the bets are being placed. It's going to be good. Taking out the highs on that weekly. It's had a nice run on the daily. Not much more I can add. It's a financial company, of course. Take a look at it on the monthly chart. I'm not going to project that it's going to have good earnings tomorrow. The next, because I don't know. And even if I knew that they were going to come up with good earnings, I still wouldn't absolutely know that what would happen with the share price. 1883. I mean, it does have about $1 to move on the monthly chart. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off. Using Barry 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep both of the rooms free. Okay, the YouTube and our main room free, because the rooms get credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. These are free rooms, and that's how we keep them free. Oh man, I nod. Awesome. And to take out 20, 1982, 1990 on the bid ask. If you do take out a subscription, get started. You must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install. First startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Top lists and alert windows, the two main features of Trade Ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a free series of videos. Michael Nasa, Trade Ideas, put all this together, about 38 videos, and they're all free. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can take a look at this. It's free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open Monday mornings. Now, this week's trade of the week was rum, but this morning it opened way above the trigger price, which was $5.95. So, how you trade it now is completely up to you. You can either wait for it to come back, it may not. This is the education section right here. You click on our user guide. We've got a lot of information in the user guide. Again, it's a software program. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. But here's the getting started again. I certainly would look at alert windows, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, top list window is, stock racing. I'm running 3 races. Here's how you can create your own race. I put price alerts all the time on my charts. Somebody asked in our YouTube room how to create a watch list of stocks that you want to follow. Here's how you do it. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. But I certainly would concentrate on what an alert window is and what a top list window is. If that's all you do, oops, let me get one more. So again, clicking on the education section, there's the getting started. Also, now the daily support. One moment, please. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down a bit, the middle section right here, these are the scans that I am currently sharing. Here are the 3 races that you see. Okay, the 3 races right here. Here's that the Hulse resumes, super active. But I am sharing other scans. I think I showed you the gap continuation or reverse is right here. That's where I saw the I-nod early. There's a Huma that, that Shady took. I'm going to go over this scan. Excuse me. Well, there are actually 4 scans in here. I'm going to go over it. Oh, come on, I-nod. Take out 20. But I do have other scans that I'm sharing, okay? This momentum scan is on another monitor also. I'm going to go over that one also, and it's right here. But I do have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. First of all, don't load them all. You can take a look at them individually, and if you see something you might like, sure. But don't load them all. If you do, you'll have way too many alerts coming at you all day long. I don't have them all up and running. Is there somewhere that shows you how to have different stock charts on the same screen? Sort of. Now I don't run it because it unfortunately it bogs down my system, Tim A. Okay, but you can. So if you first of all, you're our subscriber, right? So what you have to do is if you right click on a chart, and click on use browser interface. Now, this may cause some problems if you don't have this. You might find that a lot of stocks symbols are gonna load automatically. And it might take a minute before it to slow down. Or you can just do this, click on new, and then chart window. Okay, so you'll get a new chart. And right click and click on use browser interface. If you do that, then what you can do is see a little down arrow there, a couple little down arrows. If I click on it, actually no, if I click on, I haven't done this for a while now. Come on. How do I do this again? Hey. Oh, you're talking this. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about within a chart to have. Okay. Well, that's easy. That's easy. All you have to do is in the window, just right click and click on properties and have symbol linking checked. Okay. Symbol linking checked. So with your different charts that you load, and then just have the symbol linking is checked so that when I click on a symbol, these 3 charts will change to that symbol. And that's just because if I right click on the chart and go to properties, and then symbol linking is checked. Okay. The only other thing, and it shouldn't matter, but if, come on, this should pop up. Okay. Now, don't worry about what I've got here, but it should say link to all. Okay. It should say link to all. That is a default. Don't worry the fact that I've got this saying green. And so that means, so again, if you click on a symbol, so for instance, my SPY chart doesn't change because if I right click on it and I go down to the properties, it's unchecked. Symbol linking is unchecked. Wow. How about that INOD, guys? This has been a fabulous one. I mean, it's well above 20 now. That is my only trade today. I don't even think I won any races. They don't have to win races, of course. But so let me go over what Trade Ideas is about. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, I don't typically now go to 3 p.m. I stop sometimes. They're somewhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3. I'll always stay later though if there are questions. But William has been he's not required to do so in our main room, but a lot of times he's keeping the room open till 4. Okay, in the main room. Yeah, the go no go. I still don't know when it's going to be launched, Bezavi. Okay, don't know. I haven't got the definitive word. I'd like to think it's this week, but I still don't know. Let me just, in fact, I want to see what the go no go chart looks like for INOD, just out of curiosity. Yeah, there was no big transition. No, it'll be extra. There's no question it'll be extra. It will not be part of the standard or pro subscription. It'll be an add-on, probably $49, just like the anchored VWAP was or is. Okay, so here is the momentum. Here, I want to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about, okay? So we are excellent at real-time alerting. Excellent, 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 okay? Real-time alerting. There are a lot of scanning programs out there or screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We are definitely a real-time alert scanner. We do screening, of course, and let me explain what I mean by all that. So this is an alert window. That's why it says A, upper left-hand corner. If I right-click on it and click on Configure, I hope it opens. I was having a problem this morning. Okay, good. Click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. So if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, it is time of day sensitive. And this gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, this is why I call this a momentum scan. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why BFRG at 10:25 plus 36 seconds, it made a new high at 298. All these filter values were satisfied. That's the reason why we see BFRG. And CYN now just showing up. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. All real-time alerts, okay? Satisfying all filter requirements and making a new high of the day. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. This is on my homepage. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you can. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Or maybe you want to add in a filter that you do like. Completely up to you. But if you like the scan the way it is, it's on my homepage. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, again, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. Right at the very top, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. So right at the very top, the absolutely 2 most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, if I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Then CYN just made a new, sorry, it just got halted. A lot happening this morning. So when I scroll down and when I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Again, we have a lot of them. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't think this is way too difficult for you to learn, because you're thinking, how am I possibly going to learn what all these real-time alerts and all those filters mean? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's obviously that's why they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all these different filters. With all the different trading styles out there, they had to do that so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use, I can get up here, I just use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters, because that is what satisfies my trading style. It doesn't mean that all these other ones are bad. It just means I don't need them because I don't need them because they're not part of my trading style. Okay. So please don't get hung up on how many we've got. Boy, how good is this iNode? I mean, an all-time high. Didn't have to worry about looking left because it's an all-time high. I'm just waiting to try to. I'm just waiting to see how well it keeps holding 20, guys. What sort of classes would you like, Tim? I mean, you can ask questions all day long. This is a support room, also. Like I mean, there's so many. It's hard to have a class. I mean, that's why we've got the 10 short videos, which go over all the major aspects of trade ideas. That's the first thing you should do. But with all the different trading styles, I mean, there's no way to, it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a type of scan based on your trading style, you can always ask. I may not have it, but one of the other traders may have something. Well, but the thing is, when you say how to set up a screen for beginners, it all depends on your trading style. There's all sorts of different screens. There's no such thing. Okay. If you're looking for swing trading, as an example, and I'm not a swing trader, but if you click on new from our toolbar, okay, and then click on docked channel bar, you will see that we have the swing trading channel. So I see this has been added. The go no go charts has been added. Now this may be for me. Okay, this might be for me because I'm on a development version. But getting back to Tim's question, if you click on the show more, you can click on a couple of these. Okay, the TI Trader Eyes. These are swing ideas. Okay, swing ideas, and then we have swing picks. Okay, so you've got a couple of channels that you can look at for swing ideas, swing picks, and the TI Trader's Eye. Okay. Now, if you're brand new to trading, that's not going to help because you still have to understand, how to trade them. And that's why we've got that trading 101. But if you have some idea about trading, then we've got a couple of channels in the channel bar, TI Trader Eye, and swing picks that you can take a look at. Okay. So the go no go is actually available. Okay. Let me just. So Tom, when you say it's available, can you open it though? Can you actually open it? So when you click on it, you can open it, and you're getting the go no go charts that look like this. Okay, cool. Well, I guess they're giving you. You do not have full access. Okay. So why did you say you could open it? Okay, okay, okay. Let me. I gotta delete the message then. Okay, so you don't have full access. Okay. It is going to be an add-on, guys. Well, okay, I don't understand. If you say you can see the charts, if you click on a symbol, will the chart change? So if I click on a symbol, the chart changes to. So I don't understand then. If you don't, some are saying you're not authorized for the charts, but Tom is saying he has them. So I am confused. Pepe, let me know before, because I'm trying to find out if there is actually free access until the test drive, or including the test drive. All right, let me click on it. I know this is super confusing. I know, guys, for those. Okay, you're talking about these boxes here. You don't have these boxes here. Is that what you mean? Okay. So these are the okay. I don't use them because, what Michael's trying to do is give you a list of stocks that you might want to look at based on the go no go. Now these are daily. This is a daily. Okay, well, actually, at least it's being popular, but these are daily. I'm looking for intraday. I don't see the intraday because there was an intraday. So, okay, for me personally, I don't care about the boxes, because what I want to be able to do is click on alerts from my scans and have them load, which may be all you care about. So what you are saying though is you do have the go no go charts. And so when you click on a scan, they do change. Okay. Now, in the excuse me, here's all the explanation. Okay, so don't ask me about the go no go charts in terms of, well, how do you trade them. Here are, they launch the videos here, channel explainers. Okay, all this information is like anything else. So how you trade it, if you trade it, whatever you see, that'll be completely up to you. All right, guys. So I am completely out of the INOD, guys. Okay, as I was saying, as it was drifting down towards the 20, so I'm completely out of it now. May get back into it later on, but I'm completely out of it now. So CYN. So it got halted at 9:31. Oh, I got halted again. Eight. Wow. So that could have been one that I would have taken if I had been able to pay attention. I don't know what happened. Did it ever get down below the 801? Maybe. Maybe. Boy, a lot happening this morning. Okay, guys. Oh, let me go over. Well, okay, I've got a few things to go over. The races. First, I want to go over this one though. Okay, this might be interesting for a lot of you. This is called the gap continuation or reverse scan. Okay, so there are four scans in here. If I right click this is what's called a multi-strategy window. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you don't, maybe you only have one monitor and you want to be able to put a bunch of different alert windows into one screen. Okay, and that's why it's called a multi-strategy window. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window and I hover over strategies, you notice I've got four, these are just individual alert windows. One's called gap up and go, one's gap down and reverse, one's gap up and reverse, and one's gap down and go. So the gap up and go, that means the stock gapped up and at the time of the alert was moving higher. Gap down and reverse, that means a stock gap down, and then at the time of the alert, it started moving, it gap down and started to reverse. Gap up and reverse, another stock that gapped up and then started to reverse, and then gap down and go, a stock that gapped down and then kept going down. Now, of course, it doesn't mean that these directions, the reversals and the goes, gap down, gap up and go, and gap down and go, that they're going to remain in that direction all day long. Of course not. But at the time of the alert, that's what they were doing. So there's a CRORZ that hit the scan. Look at the INOD right back up. I'm not in it anymore. Wow, right back up. I'm toying with the idea of getting back in, but I'm not in it anymore. Okay, let's take a look at the races. Okay, I'll kind of pick on this race. This is called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is I'm sharing this one. So notice there are about 6 seconds left in this 4-minute race. So what's going to happen is one stock will win the race, and it looks like obviously it's going to be the AEON, and that moved up 13% from the start of the race. Now another race will automatically begin. So what happens is over the course of the day, automatically a top 10 list is built for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So you can see the number one position, AMIX, has won 4 races, AEON has won 4 races, etc. Automatically, a top 10 list will be built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So look at CYN right now, okay? CYN, since the race started, has moved 6.5%. Since the race started, has moved 6.5%. That's why it's at the top of the leaderboard. The next one, GRNQ, you can't quite see the percentage, but it's 2 point something. Now, just because a stock is at the top of the leaderboard right now, of course, it doesn't mean it's going to remain there. You know, if this all of a sudden it really pulls back, let's take a look at CYN. If it pulls back a lot, then it's going to drop off. It won't be at the top of the leaderboard. But why does CYN even appear? Like, why are these stocks appearing in the first place? So all races start from a top list window, okay? So if I right click on this and I can open the top list window, and again, remember now in the guide, this is how you can go to TI Stock Racing, click on my education section on my homepage, go to the guide, and then go to TI Stock Racing, and that will show you how you can run your own race with all your own parameters. You know, I like to run a 4-minute race, but of course you can pick whatever time frame you want. And the top list, notice this top list here. If I right click on it, it says launch the real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list with the parameters that you like. In this particular one, if I right click and click on configure, this is what my top list is looking for. Click on the summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 200,000 and it's up 2% from yesterday, meaning Friday's close, then it'll be a stock that meets all of these filter requirements. It'll be in this list, okay? So before we had stock racing, how a person would use a top list window, let's just say you wanted to find out the stocks that have moved the most, meaning your filter requirements has moved the most since its opening print of the day. And that's why it says 0%. That is the change from the open percent. So from CYN's first print of the day, first trade of the day, it has moved 70%. Amex has moved 49% all the way down, okay? So that's great. If that's, I mean, maybe it's interesting information to see, but where the racing really gets interesting is what if down here, say QBTS is up 6% from its opening print. What if all of a sudden, though, QBTS started to really move? It's up 5.9% now, and then it's up 6%, 8%, 10%, 15%. You'd never be able to see that in a list of stocks. I mean, how could you possibly see that? Well, that's where the race comes in, because the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from the open. Get up here from its opening trade. All it cares about is what is the stock that has moved the most since the race started. And you can see CYN is going to win this race. It just won the race. And it has now won 3 races because it had moved, 16% from the start of the race. So all the race cares about is what stock has moved the most since the beginning of the race. So you don't have to wait, by the way, for a stock to win a race before you click on it. In fact, you can click on any one of these right now and just, take a look. What is it doing? AEON. This is why I say that if you're not, if you want to see stocks that are, maybe they've pulled back, a stock that may have pulled back, but all of a sudden is starting to move, that may be more your style. Maybe it's pulled back to the VWAP. Maybe it's pulled back to a moving average that you like. So you can also use the races for pullback plays. Okay, they're not just all about stocks near the high of the day. In this case right now, AEON is at the high of the day. And again, you can create your own race. You can also create your own race based on a watch list of stocks that you only want to follow. Now, these 2 races, they're similar. The big difference between these 2 races and this race you see up here is what I did was, and that's why it says large cap gainers from the start of the race. I added a market cap of at least $500 million, 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million. That's why typically you will not see big percentage moves. You probably won't see a 12% move in these ones. And this is just the reverse, large cap losers. Typically, you will not see big percentage moves. That doesn't mean these aren't worthwhile following. It just means they're not going to be as volatile as this race here. Which, if you're just starting out trading, might be a lot better, to maybe to look at first. These are great to be, to trade if you're on the right side. Something that's very volatile. You happen to get in low, and it's moving up for you. Yeah, they're fantastic. But on the flip side, these can move down as quickly, if not more quickly, than they go up. Because most of the time, for a stock to be up, 17% or any of these big percentages, the float has to be pretty low. In this particular case, 16 million. Remember, the minimum float here is 500 million. That's why you generally will not get big percentage moves. But look at CORZ, CORZ. Nothing wrong with this one. What happens if it takes out the high of the day? Could keep moving higher. You look left, it's got room. And the thing is that also a top 10 list is automatically created for you. So again, if you're new to trading, you may just want to concentrate on these stocks all day long. And if you don't want to short, just forget this one. But if you're looking at shorting opportunities, it's the same thing. A top 10 list will be created for you. Oh man, my CNOD. Oh well, just absolutely jumped. I said I might get back into it if it took out 20 again, but not CNOD. Sorry, INOD. So guys, this is it's a trading room, but it is also a support room. Okay, so please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Okay, I think some of you might think that you're interrupting me if I can't answer the question, especially if it's maybe you're looking for a type of scan. I don't have something that's similar, but maybe one of the other traders at Trade Ideas do have a scan like that. I can always direct the question to them. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot. I cannot answer that. But again, I can direct you to our accounting section, or somebody at accounting. Okay. So this one has been insanely active. AMIX, so got halted on the way down. Now it's opened. There's the HUMA. There's Shady's HUMA, HUMA. Wow, look at the AEIAEON. This really wasn't that active in the pre-market. I don't think I had it on my list of stocks I was really looking at. 16 million in the float. Okay, so here's an example of a gap down and reverse. Okay, STAA, a gap down and reverse. That's an example of one. Now, doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing. Are you talking about the go no go, Matt? You're talking about this? It was not green and yellow. Just give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Yeah, so so Matt, this is going to be an add-on, and I think there's actually, believe it or not, I think there's a mistake. It shouldn't be there in a channel bar. So it's a glimpse as to what it looks like. I'd like to find a good example of one, though. Okay, so let's just say you had seen UPST at the start of the day, okay? And you see how I call this a little pea green, others say this is cyan. It doesn't really matter, but you see right here at 9:50, there's a candle, and then it turns into this blue, a light blue. This is a suggestion to go long right there when there's this color transformation, color change. Okay, let me see if I can find another one. So here is another one, SLDB. You see how this color changed? There's a light, sort of a pink, and now there's a purple. This is, a potential short opportunity. Okay. The bottom line is this: when you see this sort of light green or cyan and blue, these are long opportunities, but you're looking for a color change, like here. Okay, and then if you see this early enough, that's 9:20, so that's in the pre-market. But then on the way down, though, if it changes from pink to purple, that is a suggestion to take a look at it as a short play. But this is all explained. Don't ask me. I'm not an expert on this, but I have been. I like to use it for confirmation more than anything. But on the channel, there are a couple of videos that Michael did that kind of goes over what it's all about. So, wow, HYLN guys, nice pop here. Some volume came into HYLN. Yeah, the unstoppable spy guys, just unstoppable. Right. So here's an example. You guys know, that I'm all over this LBPH as a long termer, but you know, so there's the green, the cyan, and then it changed right there at 37.47. Again, it's nothing you're not blindly following this, okay, in terms of the color change, but it's giving you an indication that okay, maybe I should be paying attention on that color change. And I'm also trying to find one that has an orange color. Maybe I can find something that has an orange color. Hello, Todd. Okay, I can't find anything with an orange color. Ah, there we go. Okay, so, and what orange is trying to tell you is that don't trade it. Okay, they can't find an advantage one way or the other, either shorting or going long. So orange is sort of telling you to kind of keep out of the trade until there's a bigger color change. So look what happened here. So we had that greenish, and then the big color change. Again, guys, it's a guide. There's nothing that is infallible. Don't think that this is just completely infallible. I use it more for confirmation. If I'm looking at a trade foot. So for instance, I may have been looking at this thing, wow, big down arrow. Okay. But it's orange. I'm going to stay out of it. Even though I may have thought maybe I should be shorting this one down here, but I would have stayed out of this now. But again, that's in the video. I would take advantage of because I don't think it's supposed to be here. Okay, I don't think the Go No Go channel is supposed to be there. But what I would do is I would take a look at these two videos that Michael did. Okay, take a look at the videos and the explainers. Okay, and also here you go. Okay, and here are the explanations of the colors. HAPS guys, boy, this has been a super active one. Okay, big week last week, maybe a continuation this week. HEPS, another China, or actually, this is Turkey. That's right. This Turkey stock. Whew, 11:02, guys. So 11:02. So I have another hour or so before I take my break. Chris says it will be him today, so he'll take over. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You guys can head over and listen to Chris. All right, here's another one going, guys. KALV. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1444. So on the weekly chart, at least, it does have some room to keep running if it wants to. Here's another one that has just been, sneaky. RCAT, RCAT. So this started last week at around a dollar, a little over a dollar. So it's doubled. RCAT. It just keeps moving higher and higher. Obviously, on a weekly chart, it's got not any near-term resistance. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. On the monthly chart, the next highs are 265, and this is back not quite 2 years ago, August of 2022. Sorry, September. So I don't know what they do. Arcat is a something to do with the drone industry. Oh, here's another one, guys. The CXDO. I've seen this again. Look at this nice move. Three up to 430 in basically 3.5 days or so. And this is this a bio? No, it's a telecommunication stock. Okay, Crescendo. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm just seeing if there's anything kind of interesting. AOSL, guys, AOSL now. So the high on Friday was 4408. So it's getting close to that high. 4408. Yeah, that was the high on Friday, AOSL. And you can see this was actually an AI. That's that little buy, in case you're wondering what that little buy button is or buy arrow is. This was an AI alert on Friday. You guys were trading this one on, some of you guys were trading this one on Friday, ABR, the big down day. It's trying to recover somewhat, guys. Now, the issue would be this, well, 1355. The 200-day moving average is actually 1359. So there is room, I suppose, for this one, because that would be probably in an area where it could stall, but that's kind of far enough away. Wow, I nod. Why am I not still in it? Or at least a portion of it. Okay, so here's an example. Okay, so here is the ABR. Okay, so all this orange area, they're basically saying, stay away from it. Don't try to trade it on the short side or the long side. Wait for a transition, and you can see it happened right here at 12.95. Got up to 13.25. Not bad, but well, I talked about this NRIX in the pre-market, thinking maybe it would have another, but nope, not yet. Anyway, this was an all. Yeah, this had a great day on, and I think it actually, yeah, it had a, price target raised to 34. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley had a lower one for $15. JP Morgan, Barclays had one also, I believe. So far, not helping. Now, the question from somebody emailed, why is it going to be an add-on, the GNG? The reason being is that it's a third party, okay, and we're actually licensing from them. So it's not something that we developed. Otherwise, we could put it, part of our at least our pro or our premium service. But it is an ad. It's we're licensing from the people who develop Go No Go. All right, guys. CYN. So big pullback back to 755. So this is what I mean. Okay, CYN. I don't know where it started. It's up 94 cents. So this would have started in this area here. So if you're looking for pullback type plays, CYN would have been very interesting. And it's a matter of what defines for you a pullback or a support of a pullback. So you might be a VWAP player. 871 was the VWAP or is the VWAP or a CYN, or maybe you've got a moving average that you like that it pulls back into. Wow, what a move, guys. What a move for AOSL, guys. What a great move for AOSL. Not in it, not in this one. Obviously, I just kind of point out opportunities. I cannot possibly take them all, but You know what's having a nice day also is Fast. Fastenal had earnings, I believe, on Friday. Yeah, it had earnings on Friday. So you got as high as 67.82, but it closed down here. It still was up for the day, but it, below the opening through the 200-day moving average, but it is coming back. FAST. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Eagle Bancorp, EGBN. I don't think it's an earnings play. They will release, like a lot of the banks coming up. This is a more regional bank, of course. And that doesn't happen till, I guess, next week. Yeah, next week. But there's EGBN. I'm sure. Well, the market is. I mean, the market's just ripping here. So I'm sure if I look at any one of the major sectors, but let's take a look at the financial ETF, XLF. Yeah, I mean, so virtually any bank stock. So I guess Goldman Sachs. My guess is that Goldman Sachs did not drop. Wouldn't have been easy to trade, but okay, guys. I am now just kind of biding my time a bit here. All right, GRNQ. Let's take a look at some of these. It's very ugly, very ugly. Look at this 15-minute chart. Not pretty to look at. This one drives me nuts. This is another one that is not pretty to look at, hasn't been pretty to look at. I'm talking about the FLYE, FLYE. But I see this one every single day, it seems, and it just keeps moving a little bit higher and higher. But definitely not pretty to look at. Electric vehicle company. How's Zap doing today? Nothing really. Well, POW certainly has room. POWW has room. Now it's not an Israeli stock. That's what I thought. The flag was stuck. Okay, so POWW has some room on that weekly chart. 256 is the next high. It's been kind of struggling to get through too. Summit. Let's take a look at SMMT. I like the fact they just over the whole. Wow, just popping here. SMMT, the next high in the weekly chart, and that almost $10, guys. So SMMT, I'm surprised it's not halted. Um, that's a pretty big move. Just looking to see if it's going to get halted. No, I guess not. All right, so 911, 915 bid ask. The volume is just starting to pick up. You can see the relative volume is very low, 0.38. So now that's probably skewed a lot because of what happened this week, but still, the volume is 622,000. Not bad. I mean, it certainly will trade a million today, more than likely. Well, just kind of stuck here though, SMMT. Well, I like the room. I mean, look at the room it's got again on that weekly chart, almost to $10. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but is there any news on this one? No news that I can see today anyway for SMMT. There might have been some news back here. Well, this has been a tricky one, AMIX. Okay, SMMT guys. I mean, it's just really, I mean, here's your bid ask 915, 917. So that's great. Couple of cents, but it's just kind of stuck right here. Okay, Shady AEHR, AEHR. Yeah, so you again, you can see what's happening with the CYN. Why is it winning a race when it, has pulled back a lot? That's because it pulled back, but now it's starting to move higher. For how long, I don't know, but it is winning this race because of that. And where's the VWAP? 875. So, if it takes out the VWAP, guys, this could have a run. But right now, the VWAP could be acting as resistance for it to move higher. Well, this SMMT, I mean, I like it because it's just hanging over 9. It's forming a nice space over 9 after the big pop. Okay, guys, I know I mentioned this KALV a little earlier. $20 price target. Is this the one from Benchmark? I don't know if it's just information overload. Oh, here we go. Wainwright. Wainwright. Wild about Wainwright and their price targets. Funny, I only have one earnings play that is meeting my filter requirements, and that's sort of a nondescript one, SNTG. That's the only one meeting my filter requirements. This will get full, I'm sure, starting tomorrow. We start to get really into all the earnings plays. So, LBPH continues the inch. I hope I want to see 40 today. I'm not saying it's getting there. I shouldn't say that. All right, CYN back. So remember we had that pullback to the VWAP 877. Why are you finally in it, William? No, sir. Okay. This has been a good trading stock also. Ooh, let's take a look at HLIO. This one, the reason I say this one, because this had a big recovery a few days ago after being hammered down. It's been recovering ever since. Now, getting right up to the 200-day moving average. 45.86 is the 200-day moving average. Okay, there is a 200-day moving average. So will that stall it? You can see 2 days ago it got there and stalled. So this could give us a short opportunity, guys, if it fails again at the 200-day moving average. And that's HLIO. All right, guys, I'm back. RGTI, what are you, this one doing? Over $1, RGTI. I mean, this does have room, a 140, but the 200-day moving average is not that far away. So that is certainly would prevent me from taking this one, RGTI. Yeah, look at this HEPS. I mean, just I did not take this one. Okay, guys, in a little less than half an hour, I will be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. He's already confirmed that. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. We all have different trading styles, okay? So we have 5 different traders, 5 days of the week, so it works out perfectly. And again, we all have different trading styles. Good day to you, JC. Welcome to the room. Wow, CYN, guys, CYN. I mean, that. So the float in this one is 1.42 million, so very, very low float. And I don't see, I'm just looking to see if I don't see any information on this one. Other than the fact that, another low float. I don't see any news on this one, though. Of course, a couple of days ago, Thursday, it had the big run. That really didn't do anything on Friday. No, Bezavi, it's part of Trade Ideas. It'll be a Trade Ideas channel. So the question in our YouTube room is going to go a freestanding software, or do you need a platform to run it? It'll be a channel that you access it from. Click on new. I mean, it's there right now. You can take a look at it. It's not supposed to be, but it'll be a channel that you just click on. So it'll be part. So it's nothing you have to. I mean, you have to have an additional subscription to get it, but once you do that, it'll be just a channel that you click on. Okay. You don't need another platform though. It'll be from within Trade Ideas, assuming you sign up for it. Well, no charting. No, I mean, this is what you'll see. This is the charting that the charting will be part of Trade Ideas. There's nothing. You don't have to load anything. You just have to sign up for it. Then you'll have access to the channel, and it's that simple. Where do you find Trading 101? Go to my homepage, 3 Echo. So go to my homepage. I've clicked on my homepage link. Little Franco. Click on my homepage link, and here it is, Trading 101. Okay, 3 Echo, right there, Trading 101. Remember now, guys, trade ideas. It's called Trade Ideas. Okay, they generate ideas for you. I don't care if it's from our AI or from a scan you have, or one of the scans from me, or this new Go No Go. These are ideas. You have to have some idea, though, when you click on a symbol, on an alert. What is the chart trying to tell you? You have to have some idea. Otherwise, I mean, we are a tool to help you trade, but you have to have a basis behind trading. Jason, yes, it is an add-on, and it's an add-on because it is not our program. Okay, we've licensed it from the people who developed Go No Go. So we're licensing from them, so we got to pay them. Hey, listen, you don't. I mean, you don't have to take it. Of course, I'm not just talking to you, Jason. But what I would do is, you can take a look at the videos that Michael did and see if it makes kind of sense. You could try it out for a month. If it doesn't, it'll cost you the 49. But if it doesn't meet your trading style, or you can't get it to work for you in terms of finding what you're looking for, then you don't have to take out a long-term subscription to it, or you don't have to do it at all. Yeah, this has never been, well, I shouldn't say never, but I don't think this has been shortable for me all day. CYN from Interactive Brokers. Another pullback, probably to the VWAP. No, it's way above the VWAP still. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, Jason. I have no idea if they have it. Okay, guys, let's see now. It is not on TOS, okay? Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, less than 20 minutes. I will be on a break. Well, here is, I had no idea that this one was headquartered in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. I know that's the capital, but I think this is maybe one of the few Malaysian stocks that we've got, GRNQ. Seen this one before, but I had no idea it was a Malaysian stock. Annex, guys, is this the this has had a pretty good run from 221 3 days ago up to 315 today, maybe getting into resistance. So it looks like on the weekly chart anyway, it is getting into resistance. All right, I have to take a look at INOD again and see if I want to get back into it at some point after this pullback. Now here's another one, guys. CADE on the move here. Another bank, another regional bank, who will releasing earnings next week. Headquartered in Tupelo, Mississippi. I guess that's MS, Mississippi. Of course it is. I'll bet I could probably get at least 40 of the 50 state capitals, even though I'm a Canadian. I'll bet I could do that. At least 40 of the state capitals, if not more. All right, now maybe keep an eye on SCNI guys. Won a couple of races earlier. The big deal for this one, 732 is the VWAP. Well, there's a 10 SMA. Some of you may follow the 10 SMA. If it takes that 10 SMA out. No, you only have 10 of them. You only have 10 of them, William. Well, that'd be impressive. Their postal code ranges. Thoughts on snow? Okay, let's take a look at snow. So first thing I see, it's not trading anything abnormally. 0.86 relative volume, so one would be normal. So it's not trading anything. No. Postal code ranges, no. Never. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, the next high looking left, it's not that far away on a percentage basis, is 137.52 for snow. That was last week's high, or not last week, but the Friday's high. Not really seeing, too much. I mean, I had a big drop earlier and it has come back. But other than that, I'm not really seeing that much that would interest me in snow. I don't see any specific news on it today. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at my IB headlines and I see the cyber attack against AT&T. I don't know if Snow had, and not, when I say anything to do with it, if that's who AT&T employ, I really don't know. So I really don't see anything on Franco about Snow. If you're an intraday trader like me, anyway. But listen, don't let me influence you. I mean, if you're looking longer term, I mean, the only positive thing I would see if you're looking to go long is you've got a couple of bottoming tails the last 2 days. The sellers try to knock it down, but there's still nothing that I would. There'd be nothing. You would probably have to take out Friday's high. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Now, if you're looking for a bit of a wild one, the IVP is now hanging around 10. I mean, if this takes out 1060, which is the hot one of the, let's see, that's about three 15-minute candles ago. You can kind of see that if it can take that out, it could go on a run. I mean, this got all the way up to almost $15 this morning. So that's why I put an alert up here at around 1050. See if it takes that out and then has a big run on some volume. I mean, look how the volume has just dwindled now on the IVP. All right, wow, 11:51, guys. So what I'm going to do, because Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm not gone until he shows up, of course. Okay, so I will be taking off till about 1 o'clock. Again, I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up, of course. And the other thing I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Okay, so there's your YouTube link. So when Chris shows up, you can head over and listen to Chris. So guys, the test drive is starting on Friday. I'm still waiting for a link, like a banner, like a link you can click on so you can sign up for it. And then the contest is next week also, starting on Wednesday. So the test drive. So for those of you who want to try us out, you can try us out for approximately 10 days. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to the full program. Just give me a moment. Now I have to look at fast again. Mentioned it earlier as something that was, yeah, look at this. I mean, it's approaching Friday's high. So you can kind of see on this go, no go. I mean, you had to have it. We're having a transition right here. So I mean, if this green, cyan, whatever you want to call it, turns blue, this might give us an opportunity to go long. Just looking for a transition now from that color to this blue. Again, I would click on the channel, guys, and watch the two videos and also the explanation. Okay. So for instance, this is what I'll do. I'll put a price alert just a little bit above here and see if that does turn blue. And then I'll make up my mind. Do I want to trade it? Well, the CXDO kept going. I can't remember what price I mentioned this. I think just over 4. CXDO took out that 200-day moving average this morning. And it's a low float, 14.5 million in the float. All right, so now let's see on the fast. I want to see if that actually turned. All right, guys. Yes, it did. Okay, just give me a moment, Chris. I heard a little pop, so you can see how it turned. Okay, to that blue. So I'm just going to keep an eye on that one. But I'm taking my break, so I won't be doing anything. Okay, guys. So Chris just showed up in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I put the YouTube link in. I'm going to put myself on mute in our main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. And 1 second, Chris, as I just get rid of my music. All right, Mr. Varley. Well, how the heck are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right,
I can hear you. Yes.
I just there was another Windows update and everything was screwed up again. I don't know
what's really?
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
Slack wasn't working right, and I don't know what else. So, no, we're doing all right over here. A decent start to the week. Good end to last week with some swing trades that I'm feeling good about, and it's nice.
Good. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
I see you're really making use out of that go no go. I got to kind of do my homework more on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something that I as confirmation mainly for me.
Yeah, of course.
Well, if you're listening to me at all, it's confirmation. It's like anything else. It's not the be all and the end all. It's not the magic indicator. Nothing like that. But what I have found though is that it keeps me out of trades that probably would have taken before, and sometimes they still would have worked. Okay, if I had taken them, but a lot of times they're not. I'm glad that it kept me out of a trade, and that's when it turns orange. But yeah, it's interesting though. I do find it interesting. Good confirmation for me anyway.
No, and I think it's a tool that, especially for newer users, they're going to be able to utilize and maybe get a little more grasp of charting in general. I know it's the bar charts and not candlesticks, but same thing.
I like them. I like the bar charts. I've actually got one, that I display now in my 15-minute chart. The one
okay, yeah, I see that.
I actually like the bar chart. I think it's attractive.
It is.
Listen, on an internal note, Chris, do we have a link yet for the test drive and all?
There isn't one yet. I know that they're finalizing I don't know.
Okay, so there's not one. Okay,
there isn't one yet. I'm hoping that they have it ready today because I've got a number of people in line for it. So,
okay,
as soon as they do, I'll make sure I drop it to you to pass.
Okay, along. I appreciate it. Okay, Chris, thanks very much. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. So, all right, everybody, Barry making his way for his break, and I make my way in here, making a few adjustments on my layout just to display some stuff here. And there we go. So, happy Monday as per usual. Hopefully everybody's having a good start to the week, had a nice weekend, all those things. People say things like that. I think it's important as traders having those good starts to the week, having a unplugged, decent weekend. Everything we do is so mental, and it's so important to have a good mental state of mind. It's very difficult to be successful in anything, let alone what we're doing here in the market, without that decent mental framework, putting forward our best foot. So Iris, how are you? So with all that said, as per usual, this is a open forum. Any and all questions, trade ideas related, please fire those away for me. Chart or something you want to talk about, do that too. I do not have any pre-done content, so I really rely on you folks to drive the content. And as always, I think it's best when you do so. Oftentimes, questions you have are similar, exactly the same as questions others have. And again, I'm very big into the community vibe that's here. Without it, we don't have the success that we have. And I know personally, before I even come to work for Trade Ideas, I wouldn't have had a prayer of any success without the community vibe of the traders room back then. And now this live stream that exists on a daily basis, or market daily basis. So please, really fire those away from me. Can I explain the go, no go chart channel? I can certainly do my best here. Let me take a look at getting it open. Let me open a docked channel bar. Let's get this go, no go stuff open here. Essentially, first off, in here, you got this go, no go welcome screen. Well, I don't know who has access to what at this point. And this is going to be an add-on, but I don't know if this is open. So let me open up these here, see if I can get that. Browser can't play learn more. Why is it doing that? Unlisted. All right, so we haven't sent these videos out yet. So I'm guessing you guys don't have that. All right, we're going to have some videos here with Tyler. I'm not sure if his partner Alex will be involved in those or not, but for those of you that don't know, Tyler Woods is he's now the head of the CMT, basically. He was a managing partner of it. He was actually just voted up the ladder, and he's basically the big kahuna at this point for the CMT. On a personal note, you could not find a nicer person than Tyler. Great integrity, just a really, really, really great guy for the community and all that. I believe the add-on price will be $49.99, like the AVWAP one for Brian Shannon, but don't quote me on that. So this is built with a lot of integrity, and this isn't built by some like random people that are just good stock traders or something. We're talking about some of the top minds of the Chartered Market Technicians Association have built this out for all this. And then, of course, Michael Noss coming in and working his magic to take it a step further, where what Tyler and his partner had built was about charts and just the charting of it with the go, no go signals on it. They've taken it a step further, or Michael's taken it a step further and created scans around the proprietary data points that are being used in this. Now Michael is going a step even further with Tyler to create intraday scans on this as well, because this was all done. This is all created and based on daily candles or daily bars. So, it's a big difference to go from that and try to find those fractal patterns and so on and so forth. So with all that said, essentially what you have here is when you've got stuff in the green, you're moving, if you go blue to green, you're moving to maybe kind of a hesitate and pause. If you go from, this pink or orange into the green, it's saying, hey, maybe you want to be taking a look at it. And when you're getting in this blue, you're looking at go, essentially. But it's not, like anything else. It's not, oh, here it is. It's blue. Just go. That's the end of it, right? There's no system that's ever going to exist like that. Or if there is one, then I don't know what will happen to the stock market, because everybody just be in the stock market get rich, right? That's not how it works right now. But the idea is to find the tools that, especially for folks that, for example, for myself, I struggled for a long time coming up with a trading plan, a workable trading plan. I had all these ideas and threw stuff at the wall, and it was hard for me to wrap myself around some of the testing and things like that. And it just became very, very difficult for me to find a trading plan. It took me a long time. And so this might be something that helps newer traders or traders with less time to really focus on the market, get that trading plan down a bit more and get their footing and find success. So that's like the general overall concept of this. And we've got a coin chart up here. I guess that's what it's defaulting to. I'm bringing out my drawing tool just to illustrate a little bit more on this here. And if other folks have questions, please fire those in, right? Because I never mean this for me to just be talking whatever, but Iris asked this question, and I want to do my best to get some answers here for her and anybody else that's listening that's concerned. But I don't want anybody to think, oh, well, I can't ask anything. So let's go back in the chart here, and we can see, we get this orange here to this kind of pause and a pink. Uh-oh, we're moving down. And, this darker pink or red saying, we need to be holding off. And then we move back into the orange and the green and into the blue here to say go. And there we have it again, right? And then we move back into this green saying, let's throw some caution here. We're not exactly at a go anymore. And now we're, kind of at a stop. And we stayed stop here. We get some signal looks where it's like, things might turn, but they haven't yet. And then they do turn very quickly here again. And then we get a let's pause or let's be careful here before we get a go again. And then let's pause and let's be careful before we get a let's stop, right? And so that's essentially what's happening here. I will be very forthcoming. I have no idea what the technical indicators that are used for all the math behind this. There's no way anybody's ever going to know that stuff. This is under lock and key and all those things like that from Tyler and his partner. And this is going to have to be one of those things where you either want to do it or you don't want to do it. You want to check it out. You don't want, so on and so forth. But what I would also say is this. The only people that are really going to want to know all the nooks and crannies are the people that are going to want to reverse engineer it, which absolutely we do not want happening, because that would not be right to the people that created it. And for those that, don't have a really solid footing in technical analysis in the market and charting and stuff like that, being explained that if this is using Fibs XYZ with the MACD crossover, RSI confirmation, swing, you're not going to understand what that means anyways, right? And if you weren't going out and doing the research before all that to get all the technical indicators, odds are you're not going out to do it anyways. So, just, keep things realistic and in perspective and all that. So that's what I have to share on that. That's my thoughts on that. And hopefully that all makes sense. If there's other questions that pertain to this, please let us know. If not, I'm going to kind of move on from this for now. And like I said, this is coming down the pipeline. It has not officially been released as far as I know, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And, I had several people emailing in last week oh, what's the date it goes live? I was told this week. It didn't go live last week. And that's why I told those people, and maybe people didn't like that answer, but he said, there is no release date. It is live when it is live. And that's it. The development team will never give a release date on anything. It's just the way things work, because we give a release date and all of a sudden it doesn't happen. And then we're the bad guys on it. So, some things in life are just that way. It is when it is, and it is not until it is. And that's just it, so at least for how we do things around here. And we do that because of prior experiences on, unforeseen things that happen, where all of a sudden, here's the release date. And then, 7, 8, 9, 10 days later, and then we're getting more hate email. Oh, you guys promised. And, it is what it is, and people are going to people. So I'll go ahead and close that out. Looking at CYN right now. Can you put that on the Go No Go page? Oh, I closed it out. All right, let's see here. Can I? Let me see if I can do something here. Can't just bring that up. Now it seems like just bring Go No Go without getting that whole channel out again. All right, bear with me. Channel bar Go No Go. There you go. CYN. Looks like a big old no-go for quite some time. So falling knife, this is the Go No Go is saying everything I would say right now, in all honesty. What's it saying? It's saying we getting beat up. Yeah, we got an up day. All right. But, nothing to really shout about. Right. And then we continue to fall, and we've got confirmation the trend is still good. We move up and we consolidate a bit. We don't take out lows here. And all of a sudden that consolidation gets smaller and fades more. So we're back to no go, and we continue to just be no go because we can't get any traction. So no, there's not a 5. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this, there is no, it's not done on an intraday basis. Can I change it to a 5? Sure, why not? This wasn't built on an intraday basis. I know Barry's using it on an intraday basis. Here's what it's showing right now. It is showing a go on that, but I don't really know how that works as far as, like I said, the indicators of this were built on a daily time frame. So it is what it is on that. Take it for whatever you want to take it for on that. So that's what it looks like there. All right. So moving on. Yeah, very good. All right. Let's let's head into things that have been winners throughout the day here on the relative strength from the open scan. Unless anybody else has got any other questions, fire those away. Of course, if you have questions for me, right? So what do we got on the top here? Looks like let's start with CIFR. Just won this last race. Very liquid stock, trading 7.6 million shares on it. Volume's okay as far as the relative volume goes. Nothing crazy to write home to mom about. Gap up, consolidation, and a nice go, obeying this 5-8 EMA. And again, as I always say, there's nothing special about it. I just happen to like it on my intraday stuff. I am not intraday trading currently. I've not been intraday trading for a long time. I will not be intraday trading anytime soon. But all the same, it's a good look here. Gapped up above an area that I might have considered to be some resistance, pushed up through it. You got that looking up above it. So that's what CIFR looks like for the moment, trending higher. On the day, moving along, AEON. So again, nothing right home as far as the daily chart goes, but it's having its day today. A gap up and a move up, a pull back towards the opening range here. Struggling at that $2 before really blasting through. Is it over? With these small ones, a lot of times once they start to fall, that is the end. As the saying goes, you never know. So we'll just kind of hang out and see what happens from there with that. Moving along. And again, like I said, if you got questions, please, get those in here. CMND. decent liquidity on the stock, 1.7 million shares traded, just under 2 on the relative volume. So got some interest in there. Really got a lot of volume coming into it here, where you see the buyers and sellers really fighting with each other, these big topping and bottoming shadows here. The trend is intact. You know, it's on a smaller price stocks. You got to be real careful with that here. We'll see what happens. Obviously, 220 was a bear for it. For what it's worth, if we look back on this daily chart, it looks like 220 has been some kind of area of interest of resistance for a long time now. So I'd bear that in mind while I'm looking at that. But all the same, made itself a move, trending on the day overall, right up until this point. RCAT. Again, we got these real low priced ones in here today. Very similar concept to a lot of stuff. Gapped up, continued, little pull back, consolidation and a go, collapse back down. I don't see any real resistance for a while here. We got the Wayback Machine before we start finding any here. So, you know, up above all this stuff in here by, you know, a bit. $2 is a bear as always. So, you know, the next real resistance somewhere in that 260 range, give or take. You know, does it consolidate here and get itself to move back up? Time will tell, right? You know, the interest in it as far as volume goes stayed pretty well till we get sleepy at lunchtime here. It's generally kind of par for the course with a lot of stuff like this. Again, I often think back to Real once said, you know, with these smaller price ones, once they start to really break down, the odds are in the favor of them not getting back up. That doesn't mean they don't. It's just, you know, the odds are in that favor. That's all. So. And that's kind of that. Moving down the line, INDO. INDO, it sounds familiar, but I can't put a finger on the stock. Again, folks, anybody has questions, please, you know, fire those questions in for me. You know, I'd love to, you know, make sure I'm getting to everybody's questions here and getting them answers. So, but until that comes in, I'm going to kind of continue with what I'm doing right now to keep it software and trade ideas related. INDO. So this is an interesting stock, actually. Why is it interesting? Look at this gap up, and we had a nice move. Bit of a consolidation there for several days. We had a nice move and a pullback into the consolidation for really moving up here. Very nice move here for my wave fans. You know, that's a pretty interesting thing going on here for that wave. I'm not going to really go into that because I doubt there's many people that are into that kind of thing. Plus, I don't think it's really relevant in that regard. Anyways, lifetime high. So we've broken well out over the lifetime high here. It's fighting at that $20 number. That's a big deal. This is a nice looking chart here. Got some interest in it here. Find this interesting. You got that huge volume that came in and just kind of continued to grow without that exact same volume. But I bet if we drill in more, we're going to find more volume in these bars here than we're thinking. Let's drill on in. And I'd be wrong. Let me get rid of that picture in picture. It's kind of, you know, all right. We got that little more volume here today. But you see the volume on those buy days versus the volume on the sell days here. So some good interest in that. Good size short, okay size short float on, I should say, 10.5% on that. It's not crazy, but it's certainly not nothing. Worth noting, not a big float, 26 million. This is a very interesting chart, really interesting chart here. That swing low, you know, that'd keep me out of chasing something like this here. But yeah. It's an interesting chart, INDO. Certainly having itself a day today. BSFC. There's a whole lot to comment on this thing here. having itself a day today-ish. And gap down and reverse. That's I guess what the real note is here. Obviously, long-term, the thing is terrible. It's done a reverse split at some point here. Not really a great look on anything there. I don't think there's anything really to cover much there. CIFR, we already talked about that because it had won some races right as we came in here. It's continuing to hold that trend. I thought we talked about this. Maybe we didn't. It's a very nice uptrend in the daily chart as well. Good size float though, so it's not anything that's turning on a dime, but certainly having itself a day today. SCNI. I'd say this is over. It was like really kind of a gap and crap for the most part, I would say. Nothing there. It kind of looks like it's MO in general as far as this goes. HUMA. I'm trying to hold on to this uptrend that was started back here. And we started in an uptrend. We really kind of took off, gave a pullback, fighting to get back above that $8 level. Interesting look. The intraday trend is on for now. We'll see if it continues. But again, good liquidity, good volume. Been some heavy volume in this for quite some time now. These things are important to note. And last but not least on that list, POET. Also been an interesting stock for a hot minute here. $1.2 million shares traded on it, so decent enough liquidity. The volume isn't anything too crazy right now, but we can see we had this volume spurt here, came back, pulled out. This volume spurt again in here. That's starting to fade as well. Tough, rejected off that $4. $4 looked like it's going to be a bit of a bear. $4 had been support for it, and it becomes resistance for it. Couldn't even quite make it up to there now, but an interesting stock, an interesting look nonetheless. Gotta pay attention to that, right? Gotta pay attention to that. So, any and all of those could be something you want to like, with the My Liked option, or you want to put on some watch lists or anything like that. Obviously, there's a couple in there that I think weren't anything really special to be covering, but as I also like to say, beauty is in the eye of the chart holder. Sorry, a message came in. I just needed to answer. All right. Again, folks, come on. Don't be shy. Get me some questions in here. So, all right. All that has been said. What else? What else? What else do we have going on here today? So we've gone through all that. Guess, maybe we can cover some Holly alerts. Got them up here. Let's start with the losers. This is a short idea. There's no volume in this. There's no liquidity in this. There's not a whole lot to comment on this. Kind of tough look. I could understand it kind of in theory why it took that. Just stinks that volume looks the way it does on that. Macy's, obviously, and you can see why I would take a short shot in this. Not exactly that far out of the money, and a Macy's makes any collapse afterwards. Pretty good move down to ensue. But for the moment, it is having a bit of recovery. But you got to consider something, the market itself, real strong right now, right? So it's kind of hard. I know it's looking at intraday stuff. When the rest of the market's just bouncing so hard, something shorted like that, yeah, the shorts probably got their money and they locked it in off that open like that. So that's Macy's. Smith & Wesson brand. You understand the idea of the gap and go. Again, it's not so far out of the money or anything like that. The one thing is it gapped up into what's going to be some kind of resistance here. As we can see, 16 had been support. Now it's going to become resistance. A pretty clear look on it right here. And I'll bet dollars to donuts. Let's do this. Let's switch back to this just because this drawing tool is a little better for me here on this. Let's just drop a line there. And I bet if we look way back, we find 16 again touching this line. Yeah, exactly. So look at this. It'd be resistance all through here, support through here, support through here. 16 is a very big number for the stock for whatever reason. So, yeah. Yep. So that's Smith & Wesson's brands. Not terribly out of the money. What was the entry price on that? Was $15.91. In order to get back above that VWAP, you never know what you can see. Certainly a lot of interest in the stock. Look at that that relative volume. Traded 1 million shares on a day, so you got the liquidity there. What it does from here, anybody's guess. Just kind of, a wait and see moment. And what's your trading plan for, right? This is one of those, all right, well, we got the alert. We didn't rush into it. Or if I'm in it, I haven't been stopped out yet. What am I looking at now? Kind of thing like that. So are there any particular leverage ETFs you follow? No, there's none that I follow. I don't follow any of the leverage ETFs. Sorry. I just follow your generic group here. That's, if you wanted this here, you could use it with the symbols list. You come into configure, go into symbols list, go add existing list. And I think, where is it? Sector analysis users guide. You could use that list right there to have exactly what I have here. And these are just your regular sectors, your regular sector ETFs. I don't follow any of the leverage stuff. Sorry. Not my cup of tea. All right, let's fly through a few more Holly alerts. POWW. I think it's Smith & Wesson brands related. An alert here at 92. Very choppy. It poked its head over $2 on a small price stock like that. Yeah, it's a good percent win. Very tough trader with that choppiness, but there it is nonetheless. And had itself, on a percent basis, pretty decent move up over $2. AUR, a lot more workable, a lot more viable. Already been in a nice uptrend. Very nice move here. There's some choppiness without any question, but I'd say there's more pullback choppiness than just straight up choppiness. Got that entry signal at 414. It's up at 438 right now. You had some time to get into that here if you didn't get it on this and you got to that pullback. And, again, it's important to note these things like this. It makes that move up and it pulls back to an area of interest where price seemed to like to touch it, but couldn't break it down. That was the VWAP also. A nice boost off of that. Again, a pullback that didn't pull back as deep and made itself pushing up against new highs here. So it's a more quality alert, I would say. And last but not least, a short one, LX EO. This thing is way down, but didn't run into it. I ran into it pretty early, actually, in the 940. So there it is, all the same. Quite a move down. Had a bounce, move back down again. Well, when you're going to want to be careful trying to short, right? You can see that, look at that bounce. A couple dollar bounce there. Dollar plus bounce there. Dollar 30, 40 bounce right there. Back down this way. So therapeutics, I'm guessing some kind of news. I doubt that, they have any news that comes out that's promising on the same day, that news that beat them up. And again, I'm just surmising it's news. I'm not even going to bother looking. It's irrelevant to me. I don't care. There's a Google search out there that anybody can use if they want to know any news about it. So, but news doesn't impact my trading whatsoever. So, all right, that's that. That covers all the Holly alerts. We've answered the questions here. Again, please keep the questions coming if anybody has any. Always very important. Yeah, all right, sorry. I was just double checking. There wasn't a question that snuck in on me that I didn't see. I don't want anybody ever think that I'm ignoring them or dodging the question. It's not a support friendly thing to do. All right. Last week we went over a bit some things in some of my swing scans. We skipped the sector ETF stuff. We kind of skipped the overall market look. So I guess let's take an overall market look here. Start with the Z-SPY. All right, well, my software, I believe, just locked up on me again. Yep, software locked up. All right, bear with me here a moment, folks. I gotta relaunch here. Close that task manager. Bear with me while it does some thinking. There we go. Well, I'm glad we went through the through that list before that happened to me, so we could get through it. Because you can see now I've lost all those winners there, unfortunately. These things happen. All right, so let's try this again. All right, here we go. So SPY continues to be in a very nice uptrend. Again, remember, I forgot we had an engulfing candle last week, right? I really enjoy this. Sorry. Like I said, one day I'm going to be picking on the bulls and won't be picking on the bears anymore. But for the moment, we pick on the bears. Engulfing candle, it's over. This is not just a pullback. The crash is coming, stock food, apocalypse, all that stuff like that. It's going to be bad, but batten down the hatches, right? Only then it wasn't. This is the time though, right? We got that tail, that bottoming tail there, red candle, engulfing candle. This is the real one here. We're going to, almost double top, just past the double top. Get ready. It's over, folks. Only it wasn't. And then we did something similar again here, and now we did the same thing here, right? Eventually, we're likely to see something bearish like that, and it turns into a bearish event. 5% correction, 10% correction, a really deep 15% correction. Every and any one of those is beyond a possibility. They are on the table, right? It makes sense. Stands to reason. But it ain't happened yet, right? And if we worked in, just sheer prediction hypotheticals and listen to all the doom and gloom out there and all that, you'd have missed. That's a pretty unbelievable run from the, middle of the spring, beginning of the spring to right now. And that's a pretty incredible run. No, yeah, that was a good pullback, right? But let's put that pullback in perspective now. And this is where I really wish we had log charts, because these don't help so much with it. But I mean, going back here to that move from the beginning of the fourth quarter or so right there, and after the first month of fourth quarter. All right, that move right there into the new year and into the beginning of the spring, that was an incredible move. That wasn't really much of a pullback, right? Draw a line here. That's not a whole lot of that. That was the up move after the pullback. That's the pullback. That's not a whole lot of a pullback, I don't think, right? That's a pretty incredible move. And I wouldn't even call that a pullback. That's a consolidation right there. That's a consolidation right there. That's another consolidation right there. You know what? Again, folks, what happens next? Everybody's more than less. Everybody's guess as good as the next person, let's call it. But trend is your friend till it isn't. When the market starts to sell off, let's not pretend like there's truly people out there that know why it sold off, right? Everybody will, all the talking heads and experts, they'll have all hindsight reasons why it happened. And anybody that, quote, predicts it, they'll have also been predicting a crash for like the last 10 years or something ridiculous like that. That's worse than a broken clock being right twice a day, right? So let's be realistic. Let's do our homework. Let's really look at charts. Let's really do some technical analysis here, right? Let's be real traders here. Let's run a business. We're not, this isn't a job. We're not sweeping floors here, right? We're not pushing the cash register. This is not a job. This is a business. We go into business for ourselves when we become traders. We got to be thinking in that kind of mind frame. What am I doing with my money and why am I doing it with my money? I can't answer those questions. I cannot be putting that money to work, right? So with all that said, there's a SPYs, diamonds. I remember a few weeks ago, months ago, whatever it was, oh, everything else is moving up and this sold off and it isn't really doing anything. And this is a divergence. Well, that was wrong, right? That was wrong, as we just made another all-time high on the Dow Jones and the diamonds again here today. And again, this is gonna end at some point. Is it tomorrow? Is it in the fall? Is it next winter? I have no idea. But what I do know is I'm going to find trends and I'm going to follow them. I will miss some. I might mismanage some. But as long as I am putting good risk management to work, real risk management, not just throwing crap at the wall, I'm likely to participate more in the upside than the downside. And that's the way that works. Let's hit the Qs. I go in order for this order right now for a reason. Hopefully you understand the reason behind that, where I show the SPY, then the diamonds, then the Qs, because I want to show the good, where people were trying to find more bearish stuff and then back towards the bullish stuff. And we're going to end with the IWMs on this rotation of things in a moment here. Again, the Qs, just unreal move. Pullback wasn't quite the same, but it had more of a consolidation than the SPY right here did. And then it really just tore right off. Again, we're not making a new all-time high in it today, but come on, man. Like, you're really going to feel bearish on this right now. And again, it might be over tomorrow, right? It might be over tomorrow for all I know. But we ain't in tomorrow. We're in today. So, I put some money to work today. I have to, I took some money off the table on Friday. I put some money to work today. That's the way the rotation goes. We'll see how it all works out or doesn't work out. Last but not least, IWMs. And this is the most least important chart. What do I mean by most least important? It's not, the IWM itself isn't important because, again, you have stocks that are market cap valued like 20 times what the freaking IWM is or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like the IWM or the Russell, 2000, you put all of it together and add up its market caps. You have tons of individual stocks that are just, worth way more than this is. So, the IWM doesn't necessarily ever drive the market one way or the other, but it is a good sentiment indicator in the sense that people are willing to put money into small caps. There's a lot more risk going on in the market because the small caps are your riskiest stocks. They can also be your most rewarding stocks, right? Those are the ones you can find some epic runs in all of a sudden, where you got this small cap stock and you bought it at $15 and 4 weeks later it's up, to $22 something. That's a really good run. I mean, don't kid yourself. Those are that is some stellar numbers when you're finding things like that. And so here's where, the other part of this comes in. I think we're going to need to go to a weekly chart on this here. just coming out of COVID, we take this big all-time high and we just break down into a bear market. We're stuck in this range. And then now we're fighting for so long around this $200 number. And it really looks like it's getting up above it. It's trying to get up above this level here. Let's call that 215, 216. If it does that, then we're looking at in the mid 220s to 227, give or take, right? And we start to really look like small caps are really entering a bear market, a bull market now, right? And again, is this going to drive the market? No, but sentiment helps drive the market, right? Again, I know algorithms and all that crazy stuff like that, and all, beating me up in the selling, and the machines are coming for me. Humans are playing those machines. Humans are still managing a lot of funds. Humans are still putting a lot of money to work, right? They're guided and sensed by machines, but humans got the fingers on the trigger always. And if the sentiment starts to look better, you better believe that people are going to be bringing money in off the sidelines. Contrary to popular belief, there's plenty of money on the sidelines still. Managers got to put that money to work. They got to perform. They all those things like that. We want to ride those waves, right? We want to ride those waves. And right now it looks like a good one for the IWM is really starting to happen here. And if it continues to get rolling through the rest of the summer into the fall, and we don't have some crazy black swan event to really come and swipe this, there's going to be a lot of decent stocks out there to find those trends and kind of roll with them. So there's probably people out there that are asking themselves, why is he so focused on daily charts and weekly charts and things like that? Well, why? Because number one, realistically on a percent basis, how many people are out there that can just sit in front of their screen all day long, day trading, right? Number two, day trading is harder than swing trading. There's no easy trading, right? But swing trading allows for us to take deeper stops, smaller share size, so we can get that same kind of reward while feeling like we're putting less at risk. Comes a mental game in that sense, right? For those of us that don't want to be hanging on every tick of a 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute, 15-minute chart, whatever it happens to be, right? For those of us that are working full-time elsewhere, before I was lucky enough to come work here for Trade Ideas, I worked in restaurants, doing a number of jobs in restaurants. I wasn't able to just sit in front of a screen all day, right? So I had to, I tried to make day trading work. It just wasn't realistic for me. And I had to move into swing trading. And it was one of those things where I also had to admit where I wanted to be a day trader so bad, a successful day trader. And I had to admit that I really found more success and liked swing trading more than I did like day trading. Now also, finding a little success will help that when you're not having success with anything, right? That's the way of the world, right? Winning gives us a better, stronger mental perspective in that regard. So looking across that, the IWM is kind of showing a more risk on environment right now, beginning to formulate. Please always remember, let's just call this the most recent bottom of the IWM. Let's just pretend for 1 second. We make it up here towards the all-time highs on the IWM, right? If we got this portion of the move in here somewhere from the 200 to the 230 range, right? We didn't get 160 and change, right? We didn't get to sell. We didn't buy it here. We didn't sell it here. Where do we got that meat? We were to get that meat on the overall set of trades that we did every time. I mean, think about how much further you would be ahead instead of trying to have called that and picked that, right? It ain't going to happen, folks. It ain't going to happen. It's going to happen 1 out of 50, 1 out of 20, whatever it is. You get those ones, they feel good, right? And it should feel good, especially if your trading plan was involved in it. And, your signal said, this is likely the bottom. I'm buying in here somewhere. This is likely the top. I'm selling in here somewhere. And the trading plan just executes like that. My trading plan consists of, all right, we're making a breakout now. I like this area. There's my stop. Here's my tentative target. This is hard. This is soft. What do I mean by soft? It means that if we start to move up and maybe, we're not just able to get there, let's take some money off the table. Take some off, take off. You get market environments kind of dictate a little bit what I do like that. But I'm always looking at, if that's a 1, that's a pretty solid, almost 2.5, I'd say there. I like, 1 to 2, 1 to 3 is really great. So for every dollar I'm risking, I'm making 3. I can be less than 50% successful and still absolutely kill it, right? This is the kind of stuff that's the real trader stuff right there. That's the real stuff. So, Peter, what should I look at when I'm looking at the explosive winners? I would, look at the symbols that are coming through in the charts related to them, how they fit into your trading plan, right? It's going to be all intraday stuff. That's the point of the channel. Could you find some daily stuff in there? Probably, right? You probably find some daily stuff in there you might like, but it's not the intent of that channel. So that's what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking at how on an intraday basis, the idea generation from there works or does not work into my trading plan, essentially. That's what I'd be looking at in there. So, all right, we covered all that. It's been a few weeks since we covered sector analysis. If there isn't any more questions coming in at this point, I guess I'm going to maybe go over some of the sectors. A huge topic of conversation recently was sector rotation on Friday. I just can't help it. Maybe I need to fix myself mentally, but just so many people recently just calling this is coming to an end, and just can't push more when we saw this, and then this engulfing candle came here, and even some people that are generally more bullish than bearish, they just every time, I love listening to their narrative flip, and they're not even cautiously bullish. They're just all of a sudden, oh, red candle on day, we're selling off, it's over. They're bullish as long as it's going up. And here we are. And now they're all like, sector rotation. That's it's the lifeblood of a bull market and blah, 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 blah. But we had a bull market without a lot of sector rotation for a while too. Go back, look at the tape, count the stocks, count the new highs that they were making, look at the sectors and all that. You're going to find it was just tech driven, tech driven. We got some sectors that are moving along now a little differently. So look at the banking sector, right? I mean, the banking sector is really breaking out. Again, I'd love to note that, remember, this is when One Republic or whatever that bank was that's worth like $3 or something like that, you had crypto stocks that were worth more than that bank, or cryptocurrencies that were worth more than that bank. The whole financial system was collapsing. Remember, everybody was collapsing. Get your money out of the banks. This is it. Western civilization's over. Get in your bunkers, right? Only that didn't happen. And now we're breaking back out again on banks, right? So let's just remember that fear is stupid in that regard. IAT here, again, our regional banks, it was over, right, everybody? Only now we're once again looking like we might be breaking out. Not a full breakout yet, but, we're getting there. This may be where someone wants to say, you know what? We're up above that level now. Maybe this is my low target on a stop. I got room all the way up to here, right? That's basically a 2-to-1 look right there. As I bet you could find some bank stocks if you don't want to trade the ETF that look like that, right? I guarantee if you go through some regional bank charts, you're gonna find some charts that look like that. This is that. I'm not a betting person. I'd bet that. Yeah, exactly. Those are the banks. And as far as I know, financial system's still here. Didn't all come to an end, So it really bothers me what goes on with, fear porn and clickbait and all that stuff like that. Those people are predators as far as I'm concerned. They have no interest in helping people, just selling subscriptions and whatever else. There's nothing educational about it. I'd equate it to mental illness, to be honest. But to each their own, and however you got to put money. Financial services, again, we're looking real strong on that. Real strong on that. Look at this. Really took off. Now we get a nice consolidation through there, right? Looking to make that next leg up. It's going to be a level for it. Definitely going to be a level for it. But if you had been a bear this whole time, and again, you were never buying that while selling that. But what if in here you said, gee, it didn't break down under 60 and you got part of that right there? Would that not be a good move? I mean, you got $7 or $8 out of that move over a couple of months. I'd take it. I'd take it all day long. I'd take it all year long. May I ask a TI related question? Plus, when you ask away, KP, you interrupt me anytime. I'm really just doing this because no real questions were coming in. Peter asked a question, and Tyre asked a question. Iris asked a question, but that was it. So please interrupt away, man. Absolutely, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah, Michael. It's a tough one. Look, I'm not saying this was a good chart. It doesn't even exist. I can't even bring it up anymore because it doesn't even exist. I'm not saying there wasn't bad things. I'm not saying there's a reason to be bullish during that time. All I'm saying is that, you had people telling everybody that the financial industry was coming to an end. And I'm not talking some Uber driver that's taking someone to the airport like, oh, did you hear that this bank went under and the world's ending? I'm not talking about those conversations. I'm talking about you had people that manage big amounts of money coming on CNBC, Bloomberg. I don't watch any of those channels anymore, but people send me videos and stuff all the time. And, people are always taking shots at me because I lean more bullish than bearish. And I'm sorry, it just didn't go down that way, Now, I want to share something. I don't know if I can find that chart. CR Depot. Is this a chart? No, I don't think this is the one. Maybe it is. Okay, yeah. So this wasn't a widowmaker for me necessarily, but man, this hurt me real bad. All right, so this is my 401k here. Scroll back a little bit. Or no, sorry, that's the max going back. All right. So I really like this chart. All right. I took a pretty good size position on it. When we got down here and we didn't break down below this level, I upped that position pretty good coming into here. And I felt really good for these couple of weeks. And then someone came out. It wasn't even this. They didn't have earnings, and it wasn't this company. Some other company came out and guided that they would likely buy less from them because of some headwinds. And that happened to me overnight. Man, I'm telling you, to say I was mad would be an understatement. But that came down, and my stop was actually in here. And it came down and stopped me out. And then some, it blew by my stop. And I got out the next day. I was kind of waiting to see what would happen. I got somewhere out on the next day. I didn't even get that green bounce on the week that you see there, that green bounce right there. And it continued to move down. It was what it was. Only then, half a year later or whatever it is, it comes right back up here to and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. And it's continued to go on like that. So, I totally sympathize, Michael. Man. And then I was pissed at semiconductors and whatever else because of the semiconductor stock. And I missed some moves in semiconductors I was looking at. ON was one of them. I missed some of the move in this. MRVL, I missed some stuff in that. It is what it is, but kind of let my anger take me out for that. So no, I totally feel you, Michael, on it. I totally, believe me. I mean, when things collapse like that, it's not, it's a buying opportunity for some, but based on their trading plan. It is what it is. So, all right. So KP, why does my TI pause throughout the day? It seems more frequent since yesterday. Idle 2 minutes, pause, and I have to reset the connection all the time. All right. So, technical question like that's tough for me to answer here. Can you get a cloud link to your layout? Send it to me to info@trade-ideas.com. Trade-ideas.com. Send me over, what your RAM is, your memory, RAM memory. Sorry, same thing. Your RAM, your hard drive, your CPU. Sorry, my brain is having a big fart right now. Your system settings. If you send over your system settings, maybe your geographic location, what kind of connection you're on. This is going to be tech support more than software or user support in that regard. Send that stuff to me. Send that all over to me like that, and we'll take a look. I got to be honest, I had a lot of trouble over the last several years with Trade Ideas charts loading slow. It was a back and forth between me and the devs for a long time. Over the last couple of months, they've been pretty decent for me. I'm running a lot of stuff right now, and these charts are loading pretty good right now for me here. So hard not to, I'm running a lot of software right now besides Trade Ideas. My layout isn't exactly large, but I've got multiple brokers open right now, and I've got a gajillion tabs open on Chrome right now and some other stuff going on. So it's going to be something. Usually, it's unique to each individual. It's one of those tough ones, though. But we'll take a look. We'll see what we can find and figure for you. There, KP. So if you can send an email, like I said, with that all, I'll do my best to get some answers here for you, my friend. Are you running a lot of races or using HTML charts? I'm running 1, 2, 3 races. I don't use the HTML charts at all. I have no cause for them, to be honest. I like the drawing tools from the old charts better. I don't need a lot of drawing on it and all that stuff like that. I've got my single stock window to show me the stuff that I want instead. So yeah, I'm not using a lot of those. I mean, but I put up HTML charts. Like right now, if I go duplicate here, let's use browser interface. Let's duplicate here. Let's use a browser interface, right? You know, if I click around here, we're rolling pretty decent here. You know, I can't make any complaints about those charts and that speed of loading. It's not like my system is something that special. You know, where is it? System. About, right? Is that what's going to have all my stuff in it? You know, here I get 12th gen Intel Core i7. I got 24 gigs of RAM, you know, 64-bit, obviously. There's nothing that special in this. It's a run-of-the-mill HP computer that I got off of Amazon. Someone actually got it for me. It was very, very kind of them. You know, I'm not running anything special here. I've got a gajillion tabs open in Chrome, you know, all kinds of stuff going on. Oh, that was for KP. I'm sorry. And I'll work with the KP the best I can. You know, I'll do some testing of the layout, take a look at what it looks like and all those things like that. Sometimes it's real easy. People have the pin window feature and they don't realize they've got like 35 hidden windows open that attacks in their system. You know, some real quick off the cuff stuff. Top list can bog you down, especially if you're using high record counts. I recommend be realistic on your top list. You know, you got a top list and you got multiple of them set at 1,000 record count. I mean, can you really look at 1,000 stocks like that, you know, over the course of a trading day on day trading? I can't realistically. If other people can, by all power to you and all those things like that. But, you know, maybe if you're trying to look through all that kind of stuff, you do that after hours when things are a little calmer on the interwebs across the board. Alert windows. If you have an alert window, it's got a ton of selected alerts in it. That could really trip things up. You know, if you got like 15 selected alerts in a window, that could certainly trip things up. Those are like the real big ones that come to my mind, those 3 right there. So, sorry, just trying to give you something maybe in the intermission between us going back and forth via email in a moment here that you might just take a shot and look at. I don't know if you're a pin Windows feature person or not, but, you know, you could always go Windows, show all. That might show you a whole bunch of stuff. You know, Windows and list also. You know, I mean, I've got a good amount of stuff here. It's not like I don't have anything open. I've got an okay amount of stuff here. You know, you could always look in the performance monitor, give that a couple clicks. That might give you some things in there that are worth noting. You know, rows will certainly affect things. That's definitely something to consider with the rows. Sorry, I'm just trying to dig through my mental filing cabinet. I'd love it if you walked away from here and like, yep, that's the thing. That's always a good feeling. Let me sort someone out real quick like that. All right, sounds good, KP. Looking forward to hearing from you on that. I hear the static coming in.
Yeah, you do. And by the way, Chris, I take umbrage in something you said earlier.
Oh, no. What did I do now?
I get most of my tips and great ideas from my Uber drivers.
Well, you guys do things differently over there up on the top,
Top of the world.
top left coast. You're on the top left coast.
Of course, I'm just
You guys
kidding.
are just better at that over there.
You mentioned that this wasn't. I don't know. Some of these things weren't coming from your Uber drivers, and I thought that was funny because. But you're right. How many times your hairdresser, your Uber driver, your the checkout person at Save or Safeway. I say, hey, I heard a. And it's amazing though. People will listen to that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but that's when you kind of know the top's in.
Absolutely, great setting. Magazine cover is a good sentiment indicator. That's exactly. For sure. Magazines are a good sentiment.
Maybe you want to answer Peter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. But, let me see. Sorry, Peter.
Concerned about trading rum currently below. Well,
I mean, you should be concerned about it based on, as usual, Peter. I think you know what's coming, right? You should be concerned on it based on what your trading plan says, right? If you got something in your trading plan that says, sorry, I'm going to pull up this chart. Not rum. You got something on your trading plan that says this is the moment to buy, then you got to be listening to trading plan, right? I'm not sure what to say here, but you got, it's mostly just in a big downtrend as far as I'm concerned.
Well, rum was a trade of the week, okay, but the trigger was $5.95. So obviously, based on all the other things that were happening with social media platforms, right. Rum included, it's gapped way over $5.95 this morning. So technically,
it's a big chase at that point.
Exactly. Technically, that $5.95 is only during market hours. Now, if a person wants to trade it, pre-market, go ahead. But technically, you're supposed to wait for that $5.95 during market hours.
Yeah. And, the only other thing I could say here is looking at this weekly chart, if it's able to get itself going, it's got this bottoming shadow going on here, and the sellers couldn't quite do it at this point after that gap up. You got a little room up to that level up there. Do you want the body of the candle at, $7, give or take, or you want the top of the candle at $7.75, give or take? You got to work that out amongst yourself and your trading plan there. So that's, what I could comment there. So.
All right, my friend, it is now 12:59. So as always, super appreciated that you take over for me, give me an hour off.
Always happy to do it. Always happy to converse a little bit on the in-betweens.
Yeah. Well, at least we didn't have our audio problems that we had last week. But okay, my friend. So you can take off now. Thanks so much. And I'll take over the screen again.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone. And I will not see you all next week. Someone will fill in for me, likely Michael Noss. I'll see you the week after that. Have a great time, everyone. Be safe. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Get rid of the announcement and get my music going. Now, I did see that IVP had a big pop-up, but it has come back down again. But it did take out, I think I was on my break, so I did not take the trade, but I had my alert set around 10:55, I think. And it got up to 11:20, and then it's pulled right back down. Give me one moment, please. Give me about 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, just one moment again. All right, I'm back. Promise. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at a few things now. I just have some things thumbnail, but I'm not really seeing. Rum did get a big volume burst. I do see that. Rum got a big volume burst. RUM. JD Vance owns a stake in Rum. Okay. Let's see if I can see that news also. Where's my... Oh, I see I shut down my news accidentally. Okay. That is the reason I don't see anything. I don't see that. I'm sure it is, but I don't see that. I'm just looking to see, the traders circulate. Guys, I'm sort of keeping an eye on the LXEO. The LXEO is, it had the pop, then the drop, and I'm kind of waiting to see if this is just a fake. No, the spread is not great. Fake pop here. Spread is definitely not that great. I see that this ZEO got halted several times and then resumed. This is when I was on my break. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. ZEO Energy Core. So it's a solar play. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen ZEO. Okay, William says he'll keep the room open until about 3:34 or so. Okay, thank you, William. So I'll be taking off at around 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. Yeah, Zap more. You're right. So the high Friday, it takes that out 13.54. I mean, it still has room. Look at that, almost $20, $19 or so. That was the high on Tuesday, I guess. Yeah, that was Tuesday's high for ZAP, ZAPP. Did it have news this morning? It did have news this morning. I don't see it this morning. I do see it at 12:14. I'm sure it must have had it earlier, but this is the news I see. Secures required regulatory approval, enabling first customer deliveries in the UK. Wow, that is a big move now. There's the high, guys. 1360 takes that out. Look out. But remember, low float, 1.92 million in the float. So but the volume is picking up. Got a big volume burst right there. Well, that seems to be the press release. No? This seems to coincide with the time of the press release that I've got here with Interactive Brokers at 12:15. There is the 12:15 candle right there. All the volume that came in. Well, I'll stick an alert at the high of Friday and see if it takes it out. Any good trades today, Nestor? Yes, I nod. INOD. Okay, guys, waiting to see if this takes this out. If it takes it out on like the volume is great. And the only reason I'm doing it, of course, it's I mean, it's got that room when you look left. And that's what I think other traders will look at just in case it can take that out. Well, Mara was a gap up and go a lot earlier. I did a reboot of Trade Ideas, but I know Mara showed up probably right around here as a gap up and go. And yeah, I mean, as you said, you thought it was up too much based on what crypto. It was double what crypto was up, IBIT. So I think I see what you meant. Yeah, so crypto's up 10% and Mara's up more. Okay, shoot, my time is. Okay, so that popped up and then came right back down. It's really jumpy, guys. This Zap, very, very jumpy. Oh, interesting, because Paxos has up $6,000 for Bitcoin. And speaking of crypto and all, here's Riot. Riot is a gap up and go also, but I'm sure we had the alert a lot earlier. Again, I did a reboot. Hmm. All right, AWP on the move here a little bit, but I just don't like what I'm seeing when I look left. 396 is the next high. So, well, okay. What happens if it takes that out? Yeah, I mean, look at all the stuff around 4, okay, on the monthly chart. I mean, it could take out 4, I guess, but there's a lot of action at $4 on the monthly chart, even for AWP. Well, isn't IBIT pretty much the proxy that you can always use, William, for a Bitcoin, which is 10.5%, which looks like that's not quite double of what Kitco is saying. Okay, guys, while I wait on Zap to see if it takes out that 1360 area again, I will go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So you can use this code right here, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade Ideas, as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code you find on my homepage. This code changes, of course, from time to time, but use the code you do find because that will really help to keep the room free. So that's simple. Room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. Take out a subscription. The first thing you have to do after that is the getting started. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, a whole series of videos, free, all free, about 38 videos. I think could be very beneficial if you're brand new to trading. Do a stock of the day video you can sign up for. Now, the trade of the week this week was rum. Now, the issue with it is that the entry was 595. Okay, that was the suggested entry. And when Steve talks about these, this is always market hours, 9:30 to 4 o'clock. So, rum, of course, popped way above that in the pre-market. So, I mean, how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. But technically, the trigger is 595, and it was way above it. So it's kind of a like a go, not a go no go, but almost something that is not technically considered a trade of the week. Again, how you trade, you can still trade it if you want. But, the idea was, though, to get it at 595. And then the education section is here. And then if you want my scans, when you click on my homepage link, just scroll down. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down the middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the 3 races. I may get rid of the one race, this one. I may get rid of the losers. Just have the gainers. This is momentum scan. I flash it every now and then on another monitor. And of course, the Hulse resumes. Now, because I did a reboot, you're not seeing all the ones we had earlier today. And then the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. Again, I did a reboot, so you're not seeing all the early ones. But I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them all up and running. You can take a look at them. But don't open up every one and save to a giant layout, okay? You'll have way too many scans to take a look at. I'm going to keep an eye on INOD, see if INOD has a big run at the end of the day. There's the high right there. That was a nice one I took, but unfortunately I did not get back into it. I thought I might get back into it. It broke down through 21 or 20, and then it popped above it. And I said, I might get back into it. And I don't know what happened. I just lost sight of it. Yeah, I forgot to even look at the economic calendar today. Well, I know I posted it, but I forgot about 12 o'clock, Jerome Powell's speech. I guess it did really nothing. Or did it? Well, there's noon. I mean, there's noon. So he must have had some effect. Had to have some effect because he talked at noon. I don't know for how long he went, but NAS is still up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Ooh, PJ, well, if you do it, I'll be wishing you luck. I'm still hoping for a later day break. Yeah, I understand, but then I also look at the float, that 1.9 million in the float. So that's what I look at also. All right, guys, 123. So I'm just looking again. I want to keep my eyes on the Zap. Toyo. This was a big one last week. This is an IPO a couple of weeks ago. Made an all-time high. Well, it's only been up. This is 2 weeks and a day, so not hard to make an all-time high. But the all-time high is 321. I'll stick an alert there. Japanese stock, solar company. I suppose CYN has a chance later on, guys. I mean, it's still, kind of hanging around the area, but look at the volume. The volume has subsided a lot since 12 noon, and you can see that there was 12 noon and it had the pop, and then after that, the volume is just dwindling, and that's hence the price is dwindling. Now, of course, Zap has a history of these wild, wild moves. So I do have an alert set around 1360, the high of Friday, high of today now. But just because it did briefly take it out and then it just, fell. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm just you got to watch Zap. I guess they really haven't sold anything. Well, in the UK, so first customer deliveries in the UK, so they're allowed to now. Or maybe they were selling, but not allowed to be on public roads. Is that how I can read that? No. Oh, the i300. So I don't know if they've got several types of models. This is their road version. I really don't know anything about this company other than that. You would think they've had some sales. I mean, they've been around for 7 years. Weave Communications. So this is having a nice day. See if there's any news on this one. We've placed first in 27 categories in the G2 2024 summer report. Okay. Not a low float, 44 million in the float. Well, yeah, Zap, I doubt if it'll be 3, but you're right. I'll give you the attaboy if you're. I'm hoping it takes off. I mean, I'm hoping it takes off, takes out 360, and you can just sort of see. I mean, it's got this pent up energy. Volume is, not bad now. I mean, it's picking up 129. So this has another 30 seconds to close that candle, that volume bar. Okay. Well, there's my attaboy. LBPH. Boy, this has been a crazy one, guys. I mentioned this one earlier. It's actually gone positive now. So RVMD had news. So that was our news. Current cash, cash equivalents, and marketable securities can fund planned operations into 2027. They also provided pipeline updates. Initially, the news, that news was received very well, got all the way up to 58. But look at this, 37. This is a little more indicative. 42. What time is that? That's 9:45, down to 42. But since then, it has had a nice run. RVMD. So if you're looking at it from a go no go perspective, this was the little change right there. Now, a lot of times, that change from that orange area, which means kind of like we don't see a big advantage one way or the other. And then it transitioned into that green or the blue, which I'm surprised it went right to the blue. I thought it would transition to that green first. But anyway, that's what happened. And it wasn't straight up, but it's not been bad, because the trigger then would have been about $47, and it got up to 48.59. All right, so Steve says he did a video on rum, and he said technically, yeah, this is not a trade of the week. I mean, well, it is the trade of the week, but technically it did not trigger because it did not get down to 595. A gap way above that. He still has never not hit 5. Close though, very close actually. But I guess he said he made a video on it and talked about the 10 SMA. So you can see that when it broke through the 10 SMA here, I haven't watched his video, but that might be when he took the trade. Okay, I see that Shady is wanting to short our Riven, RIVN. Yeah, it's 1748 with a stop at 1769. And this is looking underneath that 10 SMA. Well, you kind of called it this morning, William. Here, you probably thought it would happen earlier, maybe not have that little run, but I didn't even know. Are there shorts available? Yeah, I mean, okay, if they can find shorts for you. So Peter, yeah, in our YouTube room to short Zap, IB asked 1,000% fee rate, but yeah, if they could even find shorts for you. Of course, with this move, obviously Shady's TQs are doing very well. Let me just see something here, guys. I've been backing off this because I think it taxed my system a little too much, but maybe not. What do you think, Pepe? Races or the this? Now, how do I get this? Instinctively, I would say races, just because of what happens with all the gyration up and down and all that. I may be wrong completely because this moves too, but I don't know. And I'd actually rather have, something like this too. We're going to be doing the test drive, so it'd be nice to have this. But why does this happen? Stretch it out. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's all I had to do. Let me just do a save. Okay, guys. So CSIQ, just again, I don't know when it may have showed up even earlier, but this is a gap down in reverse, CSIQ. Maybe not, because it had to take out the low right there. So it's very possible this is the first alert for it in that scan, CSIQ. And when you look left, yeah, it's got some room down to 15, and it's probably moving with the market. Do I want to short this one, this Canadian Solar? Well, I'm glad I've been holding off on the ZAP, ZAPP. Glad I've been holding off. So these are solar stocks, of course, Sedge and CSIQ. See if there's any others in here. JKS. But, the overall market's moving down. So, but let's take a look at TAN, TAN. And this is actually negative. Remember, everything else is positive still. So TAN is negative. So what I'm saying is that, the SPY is still up, the Dow is still up, the NAS is still up, but TAN, is down for the day. You have to go to my homepage, save my link, okay, Bezavi, to save my link. Have to do the same thing, okay? So if you save my link, okay, and then click on it, right where it says trading room, okay? You have to do that every day. There's no real shortcut. I have to do the same thing. Question was how to get into what I call the main trading room. So we just save my homepage link and then click on it in the morning, click on the trading room, and then basically you'll get in. Pick keeps popping up, okay? Kids pick, PIK. Isn't that a real cheap one? It isn't. Oh, so they did a reverse split, right? They did a reverse split. Ooh, this is ugly. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me get this moved over a bit. There we go. And then we can move this over a bit. Yeah, they did a reverse split. I can't remember when, but they did a reverse split. Look at that float, 636,000. No volume though, Daniel. Absolutely no volume. 90,000 shares. Just like you said, low volume. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, again, I'm not seeing a lot. I'm going to take a look at that NRIX. Maybe this is going to turn into an interesting short for a while, as opposed to, I mean, it's already been moving down a lot, but next low looking left is 21.45. So it's got 63 cents to that next low. Not saying it's going to get there, but okay. So it triggered for Shady on the Rivian, RIVN. So I can see where your stop is. It's right up here, right on that candle. The 115, 15-minute candle, that is Shady's stop area. Well, this one, DATS, DATS, again, one of the social media stocks that were ripping in the pre-market, really giving up quite a bit now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, William, I think you probably your intuition was good, I guess, on Mara. I see Riot anyway, thinking that Mara was up too much based on what Bitcoin was up. But let's see Mara. You can see Riot. Riot is certainly the weaker of the two. Riot is still below the 200-day moving average, whereas Mara is quite a bit above it. But let's take a look at Mara. Yeah, I can't even see the 200-day moving average for Mara is 1770. So it's way above it compared to Riot, which is below. All right, guys, I have another 40 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, please ask now. Well, let's take a look at LXEO and see it's holding 13, trying to hold 13, a little bit above the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I know this was a great alert from our AI as a short 1464 before it pulled up at all, got down to 12, almost 12. That's, from 1464 down to 12. Really, really good. Now, it popped up. It is kind of chopping around a bit. So, Dave, in our YouTube room, when will we have the go no go? Now, you can actually, as a sneak preview, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, this is a very, very unofficial. It's actually not supposed to be there. In fact, it's not there now. Okay, it's not there now. They've taken it off. So sometime this week. But remember now, it is an add-on. I'd like to think they'll have it ready for the test drive. And having it ready, all that means is, the billing aspect of it, I think. I mean, it's ready to go. The charts are all ready. Michael was had some scans that appeared to be working. So I would say sometime this week, Dave. Well, then you don't need it from us if you have those two platforms. The reason why we have to charge is that it's not ours. We have to pay them for it. So I'm sure maybe, I don't know, maybe transpire. I don't know. I can't comment on those. So they wouldn't have scans for it though, right? All they'll have, I shouldn't say all, but I mean, they'll have the chart, they'll have the go, no go charts, but they will not have the scans. I mean, they can't, well, I shouldn't say they can't, but they won't have the scans for it. Okay. So I guess that's the, that will be the added benefit. Oh, go LBPH. So I'd like to see 40 today. So it's probably good, Dave. I mean, for people who can't create scans, well, not can't, but they don't want to. Maybe they don't have the time or they don't have the wherewithal, and then the scans will be there for them. So obviously there are two aspects of it: the charts themselves, but I guess the big deal, really will be the scans. Well, the ones I saw will do pullbacks. Well, let me see if I can find it right here. These are the ones in the Market Explorer, assuming it hasn't been taken out. Go, no go. So these are the ones. Pullback on 5 minutes, strengthening on 5 minutes. So these are the intraday ones. Strengthening, go. Like, don't ask me what all these will do. Okay. Well, you can ask me, but I won't. I don't know. I was only looking at the intraday ones. But these are the ones that will be available. Let me see if I can load one. Now I have to, my problem is always, let me see if I can load. So I'm not sure about the intraday yet. I'm not sure if there's anything really for the intraday. I want to see the no-go strengthening daily. What does it even look like? Okay, now I have to make sure, symbol linking, I don't want to link to all. Okay, I want to link to red because I don't want these charts to change. Let's just see what it looks like. So let me just see what, hopefully this chart does not change. It should not change. These are just green charts. Okay, good. Wait a minute. Okay, so here is, now this is on a 5-minute chart, so probably have to take a look at a daily chart. So these are weakening, okay? So this is on a daily chart. So these are weakening. You know, Go No Go was actually developed not for intraday. Michael has put together some intraday stuff. So do we have fib levels? Well, this is what we have. If you type in fib, okay, so we do have these. I've never used them. 38, 50, 62, and 79 buy and sell signals. I've never used them, but so we do have something that says Fibonacci. Yeah, no problem. So obviously these are short opportunities, okay? I'm just looking here. So no go strengthening. So strengthening on a short on the daily chart. So for those of you who like to swing trade, this is probably going to be pretty good. If you some ideas anyway. That's on the short side. Let's take a look on the long side. Again, all this will be in the channel. So go strengthening. Okay, let's take a look at what it looks like. Make sure I'm going to my red chart. Yeah, so you can see there's just the flip. So strengthening on the daily chart. That is correct, Dave. I don't really put targets on anything. All I do is I look left to see where a stock could keep going until it hits the next high or low, depending on what direction I'm going. That's not necessarily a target. It just gets me into a trade if I see enough room. So I wouldn't call that a target. So yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, you know, again for swing trading, I mean, it's probably pretty interesting in terms of the go no go. A lot of my trades, Dave, are just over whole numbers. So that's kind of a bit of a clue, you know, like I nod this morning. Okay, so oops. Why did that happen? Ah, that's why. Yeah, so the break over the whole number is you know, I love that. So anything if I take a stock, you know, and I'm always saying, okay, I'm really interested in this over the whole number. So that's your clue. You can do what you want. And if it broke down below the whole number, that is your for me anyway, that's when I typically will get out of a trade. But everybody is different, everybody is different, having different ideas of stops. Targets, though, I don't really, other than just looking left and seeing where a stock, I mean, how could I put a target on INOD as an example? The looking left, well, it's an all-time high. So I had no idea where it was going to go, because it's obviously not going to hit any resistance on the chart. But for those of you who use pivot points and fib extensions and things like that, as you can probably map those sort of things out. I just don't do that. I am, Dave. So I am familiar, of course, with where the VWAP is. I'm not a huge pullback player, but I'm certainly, I know where the VWAP is, and you'll hear me talk about that. So here's INOD. There's the VWAP, 1990. What if it pulls a little bit further? Maybe that area is going to hold. Or, if you know Steve Gomez, he's in our YouTube room on Thursdays. He loves that 10 SMA. That blue line you see here, that's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Seeing if that holds, if stock comes into it, does that hold it as support? There's Shady's Huma. That's been, a little bit choppy, but if you've held on to a piece of it, this is still making another new high. But what's support, Dave? Everybody's idea of support can be different, right? That's the problem I find. Says you guys have support levels. Well, what do you consider? And I'm just talking in general. When I say you, some people have an idea of support, may be completely different. You might have 10 people with 10 different ideas of support. How many stock charts up in your monitor at all time? Well, you see these three, of course, but these are my intraday timeframes. I have 4 others. I have 8 other stocks that I thumbnail, or charts that I thumbnail. And then I have my SPY chart too. I have the SPY chart up and running all the time on my other monitor. So I have 8 other thumbnail charts of stocks that a lot of them are stocks that I've seen in the pre-market, but of course I can change them all day long, depending on what I like to see. But I only have the one SPY chart, just the 15-minute SPY chart. All right, guys. Well, another 20 minutes or so. So, PJ, if you're still around and you're Zap, would you still swing this now, or would you wait till the end of the day to see how it's Closing. Yeah, I haven't had a compare count window up for a while, Dave. Just don't want to overwhelm, I've got I probably have 2 more scans, races, tree maps than I should have that I would get rid of if I weren't moderating a room. But I haven't looked at, well, let's just for fun, I'll bring up I do have a compare count window. Let's just take a look at what it looks like. It's just it's just a different presentation of the data. And again, if you're interested in a compare count window, you can go to my homepage, go to the education section, and there is something on compare count. And right now, nothing. You'll see what happens though. So this is basically it's kind of call it 2 competing strategies, okay? One on the upside, one on the downside, with very similar filters in each. So, the movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares versus the movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares. There are other filters in place, and then you get a crawl. So again, since this started, 100%. Well, I mean, it's only sample of one. 100% of the stocks are the movers to the upside that meet all these filter requirements that are in here. Pretty slow. But of course, if you have this at the very beginning of the day, launch it at 9:30 Eastern time, you'll have a lot more in the crawl all day long. Yeah, IVP is on the move here, guys. A bit on the move. IVP. Boy, this is pretty slow. This is what it looks like. Okay, just I'll go over this. So if you configure, okay, so these are green data, red data. If I click on the configure, so this actually works in the pre-market also. Okay, so all these filters will be essentially the same for the ones moving down. New lows, pre-market lows, post-market lows. Whatever can be flipped will be flipped. So what can be flipped? Well, obviously, if the price is up at least 2% from the previous close, it'll have to be down 2% from the previous close. And that's really it in terms of the filters. And then you flip these. And this is what I mean. If I cancel out, this is the red. So you see how these are flipped, new lows now, and then down 2% from the previous close. Everything else is basically the same in terms of the filters. So there's KALV now, it's KALV, KALV. A lot of people use it for, you know, tracking the ones, you know, how many stocks are moving higher, how many stocks are moving lower. You know, as Dave says, the tone of the market based on your parameters. Well, Zap is getting zapped now, guys. So yeah, very glad. Just waited for my, see that green line there? It did not turn green. I'm sorry, the blue line there did not turn green. That means the price alert did not hit. And that is where, so consequently, I don't take the trade. Okay, guys, I got about 14 minutes left. Now, what I'm going to do in our YouTube room, if you want to head over, and William will keep the room open, the main room open till a little after 3:30, he said. So what you do, because I do have to shut down our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, that I just put in there, and just click on Trading Room. Oops. How do I see the amount of volume at each resistance before the breakout? I don't think there's any way. I can't think of any way to do that because there's no guarantee there's going to be a breakout. I mean, all I do, I'm just looking at my volume bars, of course, but I'm not sure I know how I can answer a question like that. Because you could see volume coming in, perhaps, but doesn't mean a stock is necessarily going to break out. You know, like the momentum scan. I mean that is the breakout typically. You know, because the volume is coming in. But if you're talking about, so I'm not sure how I can answer a question like that because there's no guarantee anything is going to break out. And the other thing is, how do you define resistance? Well, look at this Oust, guys. O-U-S-T. This is just, remember seeing this one last week. Had a great week last week. Low was 950. High was almost 14. And a continuation to this week. This is the first day, of course. Big continuation for Oust. O-U-S-T. Maybe give me, ETT, if you have an example of something, maybe I could give a better answer. But right now, I can't see. I can't see how I can answer the question because we just don't know anything is going to break out. So this is just resting now, this Verona, VRNA. It's had a great run. Last on Friday, kind of rested. Today, it's kind of resting. Now, on the flip side, you might look at this and go, okay, it's had three, that's a very little topping tail. That would be Thursday, Friday, and today. Struggling to get through this area. I mean, this is shortable for me, 2.3 million shortable. Be interesting to see what this does tomorrow and see if, eventually the buyers kind of give up for a while. What I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert at the low here and see if it takes it out tomorrow. All right. So you talked about the VWAP. Yeah, 1203. So yeah, so ZAP came into the VWAP area, right down to 1211. The VWAP's at 1203. William was suggesting maybe the VWAP will be a support area. And it did bounce off that area so far. Meanwhile, the market is moving here, guys, up. So the market's putting in a pretty decent sized green bar right now. Time is it? It is 2:24. So another 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes for this bar to close, putting in a pretty big green bar. wiping out, if it holds, 45 minutes of downward pressure. This was an AI alert earlier, guys. AUR, a little bit choppy, but I mean, the trend has been up. The trend has been up all day, AUR. And you can see the alert was right here, right at, come on, where's the price on that y-axis? There it is, 414, 456 now. Another bank, guys, the banks have had a good day. Here's TCBI. I think a lot of the banks have had a very good day. XL, take a look at XLF. Yeah, because as the market was falling, as the SPY was doing this, of course, the banks are a lot of them are, well, they're not necessarily Dow stocks, but the banks were doing this, and the market was doing this. The SPY was doing that. So the financial sector has been strong virtually all day. Okay, guys, I've got another 2.5 minutes or so. So if any questions, again, I can always stay later. I don't have to leave. But if I don't see any questions, because a lot of times I can do maybe a little stuff on my own. Okay, guys, let's see if this SPY, be interesting to see what the next candle is going to be. So far, this candle closes right up here. That will cover that 45 minutes of down. There's another 1.5 minutes to close. Okay, guys, it's almost 2:30 now, so I don't see any other questions. So I think I'll wrap my portion up. So again, for YouTube, I put my homepage link in. All you have to do is click on it. And if you want to get into the other trading room, just click on trading room. That room will be open till around 3:30, okay? Nobody's screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but you can still chat about stocks you want to look at. So have a great evening, everybody. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to shut down the screen sharing in the main room and put myself on mute now in the main room, and then shut down YouTube.